Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With three top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 44th Olympiad 2022. We are here at round number 9. I'm Alessia Santeramo, Women FIDE Master from Italy, and I'm with the fabulous Grandmaster Arturs Nishans. How are you, Arturs?
Namaste, Dosto, Alessia, and everybody else who is watching, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you for round 9 of the Olympiad. Huge day ahead of us, and every single day brings more action. I'm just super pumped and thrilled to see what the day is going to bring to us.
I'm absolutely also super excited to see that. Let's remind everyone, what is the format of this Olympiad? We probably know what is going on. This is a tournament where we have incredibly lots of team. But look at this. We have the standings here on the screen. We have the women's section, and as we can see, India is having an amazing, incredible performance with 15 points. That's really huge. Will Georgia be able to stop, or Ukraine, Poland, Bulgaria? Can they take the lead?
Right, that remains, of course, to be seen. Huge matchup today, and maybe let's also check what's happening from board to from ranking 6 to 10. There you see there's a lot of teams in the hot pursuit. All of them still could potentially have a say to reach the medals, because there's still 3 games to go, 6 match points to pick up, and I guess something from these top 10 teams is going to be eventual top 3 podium finishers.
And what is going on in the Open section? Look, Armenia with this incredible performance, 15 points. And then, of course, I see the chat as already quite some favorite here. And India too is dragging lots of attention in the public, guided by the hero Gukesh with the incredible performance of 8 out of 8. Will Uzbekistan or Netherlands, Iran, be able to get a medal in this Olympiad?
Exactly. So huge lead by the youngsters. I mean, second and third place, India, second team, and Uzbekistan, they're basically composed of youngsters. And if you go back to the ranking from 6 to 10, you see there's more teams in the hot pursuit, like Team Azerbaijan, who is today taking on the second team of India. The first team of India has dropped down to 7th place, and Team USA, after yesterday's shocking loss to the second team of India, is now down to the 9th place.
Will they come back? We will see. We will see. Let's go through the format, guys. Let's remind everyone, there are still a few rounds left. This is an 11-round Swiss tournament. Each team consists of 4 players. Of course, board 1 plays against board 1, board 2 against board 2, and so on. The team with more points wins the match. If you win, you get 2 points. With draw, you get just 1. And if you lose, you get an omega lose 0 points. Time control. What is the time control, Arturs?
Right, time control is really nice. One of my favorites, 90 minutes for 40 moves. Then you get extra 30 minutes or the so-called second time control for the rest of the game. And of course, for every single main move, 30 seconds are added on the clock.
I think now we should definitely have a look at what was an incredible matchup from yesterday. Before getting there, let's go with the profile of the team that makes us dream. India 2, the future of chess.
India has the most teams in the Olympiad, including 3 very competitive teams in the open section. This gives the host country legitimate chances to win more than one medal. The wild card for these high expectations is the super talented but very inexperienced second team for India. Seated just outside the top 10, many consider this squad to be amongst the most entertaining in Chennai. Norway's Magnus Carlsen even suggested he's more wary of facing India's second team than going up against India's top-seeded squad. That's some high praise from the world champion. Just under 30, Bhaskaran Adiban is the team's veteran. He leads by example with his signature aggressive style. Looking up to Adiban are 4 teenagers, a collective of India's most talented young rising stars. Nihal Sarin, Damaraju Gukesh, Ramesh Babu Pragnanandhaa, and Raunak Sadhwani will each be making his Olympiad debut here at home. Legendary coach and team captain R.B. Ramesh will have his hands full trying to get the maximum potential out of a roster dominated by teens. Good enough to win a medal, the biggest question is if this team can hold up under the Olympiad spotlight and pressure. India shared gold at the 2020 Olympiad, which was held online. That said, it has been 8 years since the birthplace of chess took an Olympiad medal over the board. Although in the shadow of India's first team, India's juniors are unquestionably a key component to fulfilling the high expectations set by the host country and its fans.
Now, obviously, the second team of India is composed of some of the brightest talents from India, and they're not really like the future. I would actually say that the future has arrived today, because if we look at the lineup of Team India 2, I mean, their average age is 17. So it's not only in the distant future, it already is here. It arrived so fast, Alessia.
I agree. And yesterday, what they did yesterday proved exactly what you're saying. They faced the strongest team by rating in this Olympiad, the huge favorite team USA with Caruana, Aronian, So Dominguez, such a strong team up, and they managed the incredible result of 3-1. With the match started with a very tough position for Aronian, and so Sari and Pragg made an incredible game. And then what happened then, Ardors?
Yeah, then what happened, I think that Fabi simply had a glimpse what's going on in the matches. And I think it was quite unfortunate for him, because he saw that all of the boards look worse. And as a leader of the team, he felt that the responsibility lies upon him, because he could have repeated the position against Gukesh. He decided to continue. Then he slightly lost the game plan. And the rest, as they say, was history.
And yesterday's matchup is already in the past. What is happening today? Let's go to the women's section. Here are the first 5 board. Poland versus India. Will Poland be able to fight and to remove India from the first seed in this women's section? Then we have, of course, Ukraine versus Georgia, also fighting for medals. Bulgaria versus Kazakhstan. Azerbaijan versus Mongolia. And Germany versus England.
Right, and actually I would say that the top board is essentially Lydia Kalbasa, 8 out of 8 versus India. This is the huge moment here today. Can the top scorer of the women tournament overcome the mighty India, who is smiting everybody out of their way?
And here we see other matchups in the women's section. Armenia versus Romania, Indonesia versus Spain, Sweden with the 2 Kremlings, and against Netherlands, Slovakia versus France, and Greece versus USA.
Also, Team Netherlands, I guess we're going to talk about it a bit later, has surprise top board, Aline Roberts, just 16 years old, untitled, but she's going really strong, 6.5 out of 8, one of the top performances in the women's tournament. I guess she's the player we need to keep an eye on later.
Chat, prepare the popcorn for what is happening in the open section. We have India 2, guided by Gukesh, fighting today against Azerbaijan. Uzbekistan with an incredible performance, fighting the leader, number 1, Armenia. Netherlands versus Iran will also give us some nice emotions. Greece versus USA, the team to beat. Will USA come back and get the chance to get a medal during this Olympiad? Last but not least.
Right, that's Alessia is going to be really, really tough. I mean, maybe we're going to discuss it also a bit later, right? But Team USA, do they still have a chance for the medals? Dear chat, dear viewers, what do you think about their chances? Maybe you can post your thoughts. I do believe they're going to try, but the chances at the moment for the top 3 look a bit slim.
We have Lithuania versus Germany, Turkey versus Peru, Kazakhstan versus Serbia today, and then Denmark versus Spain, Australia versus Ukraine. Super interesting things going on. Let's have a look at the full screen of what is going on in the board. Gukesh versus Mamedyarov. The game started with d4 at a move 1, d5. Gukesh went with the classic c4 Queen's Gambit, and Mamedyarov pulled the Queen's Gambit, accepted. And now Gukesh is taking some time. Did he get surprised?
That's Queen's Gambit accepted. From Shak's part, I don't think that should be a surprise, but since Gukesh is not responding immediately, it's a good bet that he was predicting something else. And I see the feature chat mentions Gukesh going now and out of 9. Yeah, I mean, all of us are thrilled. We don't really know if this is going to happen. I would love to see that. But since we're talking about amazing Gukesh's score, can we say that yesterday Gukesh pulled a Gukesh and it was no longer pulled a Corona? Because historically, you remember Fabi's amazing performance in 2014 Sinkfield Cup. He scored 7 out of 7, crushing everybody, including Magnus Carlsen, Wesley Topolov, MVL, all the elite. And yesterday, Gukesh scored 8 out of 8, beating Corona in the final game with Black. So essentially, he pulled a Gukesh. Can we use this term now, Alessia?
Absolutely. And the nice part is that it's not over. I see chat getting excited about this incredible performance. They're already writing 9 out of 9, hoping that also today, Gukesh might get a victory against Mamedyarov. It will for sure not be an easy task. Mamedyarov is a legendary player from Azerbaijan, and his fighting is today here to fight and to pull his best against these.
And Shak wants to fight, right? He definitely wants to fight. He's not going to bow down. Of course, he has the greatest respect for Gukesh's performance, but also he sees this as the perfect opportunity to show he's a world-class player. He needs to deliver the message. The old guard can still do it. So this is not going to be a boring game. I promise you that.
I see what a chatter is writing. You give me a free pawn, I eat it. And that's what Shak is saying to Gukesh at move 2, taking the pawn on c4. The position on the board is getting to some territory that, what do you think, Artur? Is this all theory? After the move e4, Black is responding with e5. Now Gukesh is just protecting the pawn on d4 with the knight, and now there is a check on b4.
All of this is theory, and white sacrifices the pawn on c4. This is one of the common motives of d4, c4 repertoire. This is what we call Queen's Gambit accepted, right? So again, a reference. I mean, it's not really a reference, but the entire Netflix series, Queen's Gambit, was also a reference to this particular opening. Elizabeth Harman playing it in the final match, right? But I mean, this opening has been around forever. White sacrifices a pawn to get the center. This counter strike in the center by Shak, e5. If we go back a couple of moves, all of this is major stuff, because if you take on e5, I would just take on d1 queen, knight c6, and very, very fast develop my pieces. So the word is black is doing more just fine. And what here Gukesh played, knight f3. This is the usual way to respond, and the idea is that he's going to sacrifice a pawn on d4. So if black takes, e takes on d4, bishop takes on c4, white is aiming for a lead in development and have a pawn majority at the kingside.
That's why Mamedyarov decided not to capture and give a check on b4. Now the question is, how is white going to protect from this check? What are the options?
I think bishop d2 is pretty normal. And knight c3 should be also playable. So I think those lines play something along the way. Let's say bishop d2. Bishop takes on d2. Knight takes on d2. E takes on d4. And bishop takes on c4. And then it gets really tricky, because black has a chance to keep the pawn, like c5, knight c6, but he needs to be careful not to fall under a very strong attack at the king side. Now you start to appreciate that white has essentially developed 3 minor pieces, while black has developed 0. And this is essentially the bread and butter of the modern chess. I mean, you sacrifice a pawn just like that in the opening. You don't even think about getting it back right away. But, I mean, you're getting very healthy development, pawn majority at the king side, like already mentioned. So that's the idea. But why Gukesh is thinking, maybe he's just choosing between knight c3 or bishop d2, or maybe he's trying to remember what was in his analysis.
Absolutely. It's time to move on. Gukesh is taking some time. Let's go to board number 2. Let's see what Mamedyarov is doing against Nihal Sarin. The game started, it was a French with knight d2 and c5. This is one of the main line of the French.
Right. So knight d2. I mean, it's been somewhat in the shadow of knight c3. It's mightiest cousin. So if you go back instead of knight d2, the thing about knight d2, it stops bishop b4, because after knight c3, one of the sharpest lines in the French is bishop b4. So black applies, you can move it on the board. So let's say bishop b4, black applies pressure against the white center. Now you need to protect the pawn on e4. And if you play something like e5, right, you protect the pawn c5, a3, bishop takes on c3, b takes on c3, and there you go. I mean, this theory has been played for decades. I mean, it's a very sharp, very unique position. I mean, one of the games that jumps to my mind, if Mikhail Tal's legendary first game of the World Championship match against Mikhail Botvinnik, which he won, this crazy king e1, king d1 maneuver. Those of you who follow the match, you obviously know what I'm talking about. Either way, knight e2 is the positional way to play, but there's a downside for knight e2, and that is the c5.
And this is what happened. White is protecting the pawn in the center with the knight, and after the exchange in the center, black is going for a very quick development. Bishop b5 and bishop d7. How is this position?
This is the main line, obviously. I've played it myself. Now, after knight takes on c6, what did black play? Bishop c6 or... b takes, that's the main move. So bishop d3 is the casual response. And now, if you look slightly at this position is normally evaluated about equal, but black is thinking about moves like queen c7, knight e7, and push e5. Establish a pawn, strong pawn center, and white really needs to know what he's doing here. Otherwise, he could easily get worse. For example, let's say I play a short castle.
White played queen e2, but yeah.
But I just want to show that point. So let's say I play a short castle, queen c7, attacking the pawn on h2, whatever. Let's say you play h3 or something. I play knight f6. You play, let's say, whatever, maybe queen e2 now. And you need to watch out for the c5, right? And if you are not very fast with your next moves, black is just taking over, right? He's having this very powerful center, and that is one of the core ideas of this opening. And that's why white needs to be really, really good with his choices. And what did what play? Queen e2, right?
Mamedyarov played with really lots of energy here. He played queen e2, and after the move e5, is attacking immediately the center with the move c4. And after d4, Boom, another pawn break with the move f4. And now this is sharp.
All right. So what is sacrificing the pawn in order to punish black for slightly lagging behind development? I assume taking f4 is risky. Not sure why, really. I mean, must be e5 and knight e4. It feels risky. So let's see, e5. You play something like bishop c7 and knight e4, right? And you start to have all of these beautiful ideas in your mind, like bishop f4 next, knight e6 next. And if you take on e5, I think it's already on the verge of losing. Bishop e5 is knight e6 check. So thank you for the bishop. Those are perhaps not the most precise lines, but I think the idea is somewhere there. I'm not really so well familiar with this particular f4 push and what happened after that.
Oh, f4 is the position on the board, as you can see in the live camera feeds. Now, Nihal is not even looking at the board, just looking around in the playing goal, probably trying to remember something.
I've seen Nihal playing this before. You know, if you ask me, where was this? I don't remember, but I've covered quite a few Nihal's games recently, and I recall him playing definitely French defense. I recall him playing e5. So this is certainly a line he's well familiar with. And if his opponent played a4 and Nihal is not immediately responding, this means this is something new he did not expect. And, you know, actually, Alessia, it's quite funny because I had the pleasure to play against Nihal a couple of months ago. And, I mean, he plays everything. He plays everything. It's just impossible to prepare against him. He plays e4, d4, c4, knight f3, b3, the black, everything. You try to predict what he plays, for example, from one of these online resources, like what he plays on the biggest sites in the world, like Chess.com and any other sites. He has on each of them 40,000 games.
Yeah,
So
this
you
is
understand
incredible.
the level. I mean, he's just purely into chess, right? He plays so many things. He has so many ideas. He's incredibly gifted, but at his young age, he's also super experienced. And Nihal is what? I mean, he's only 18 years old, right? He is currently the oldest member of India too, because we look at the lineup. Sarin, 18, Gukesh, 16, Pragg, 17, and Sadwani, 17 years old. I mean, is this just not incredible?
Absolutely. I have a funny memory about Sarin. We met in Biel. He was playing 2 years ago at tournament, and in the free day, we did an experience together with the players. And I asked him, what is the book that helped you most to improve in chess? And his reply was, book? What is a chess book? He probably never studied from a book itself, but he uses all the resources that are available online. But his reply just made me laugh because he looked at me really like, what? Do you study books? And made me have a good time.
All right. Do we move on to the next board?
Absolutely. This is board 3. We have Pragnanandhaa against Durabaili. The game started with d4, knight f6, knight c4, e6. So this is something we have already seen. Knight on f3 and b6, something we've seen already with the game of Caruana 2 days ago.
Yeah, Queen's Indian, which has a reputation of being a very solid defense.
g3, bishop a6, attacking the pawn on c4 and forcing white to defend either with queen c2 or b3. b3 is the move chosen. Now we have bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop got exchanged. And why is white capturing with the queen and not with the knight?
This is not very usual, Alessia, because one of the ideas of a bishop b4 check, if you go back a move after white plays bishop d2, is play bishop e7. And black is like trying to make a point that your bishop on d2 is, in most occasions, misplaced. So I give you a check, bishop d2 and bishop e7, and then I might push d5, threaten to take on c4, and your bishop on d2 is blocking the defense of the d4 pawn for your queen. So that is one of the ideas, and also the bishop on d2 would normally stand ideal on b2. However, answering your question, why after bishop takes on d2, white took on d2 with a queen, I think that is just a general understanding about openings, because normally you want to position the knights on the third rank because they're controlling more squares around them. And I do believe that it's a good idea. I use this term myself, not to chain the knights together, right? So if you take on d2 with the knight, they feel really well. They're securing each other, but essentially what they're doing, they're taking away from each other potential squares. So that is not always the best idea. So white takes on d2 with a queen, and that means he's thinking long term. He's going to position the knight on c3.
Yeah, and this is what will happen soon. For now, white is going on with the development on the king side, and now it's white to move.
Right, and now we reach some sort of a Catalan position. So black's idea, well, I think he played c6 before d5. Did he know? Just a second, we go back. I slightly missed that moment. Yeah, here you go. This is a very interesting moment. He plays c6 before d5. And why is this? Because if he would play instead of c6 d5 right away, now there's a major difference. If you play d5, I can play c takes on d5. And now after c takes on d5, e takes on d5, black cannot build up the so-called perfect cospat structure with a pawn on c6 and pawn on b7. And if you're going to play c6, the pawn on c6 is a target. If you play c5, the pawn on d5 and the pawn on c5 is a target. So that is the philosophy of this setup. And that's why black plays c6 first. So we go back to the moment he played c6, show castle, d5, clearly hinting that after c takes on d5, he's going to recapture with a c pawn. And there you go. The last Gukesh pawn a6 is perfect.
Amazing. So this is the current position. And now Pragg is taking some time to think. To me, the move, there is probably the question about this pawn on c4 right now. How is it actually, was it possible to take? There was a pawn hanging here on c4. Is it possible?
Yeah, that is a big question. You know, Alessia, I'm not totally sure about this moment right now, but quite common to various Queen's Gambit etc. positions, white often sacrifices a pawn for free to get some time. So let's say after d takes on c4, I'm not sure what white has planned next. Maybe just knight e5. Knight e5, getting to the c6 square. Let's say you take on b3. And of course, maybe knight c6 is just winning on the spot, but perhaps just a takes on b3, right? I mean, yeah, knight c6 maybe just works. But even this, a takes on b3 is one of the common ideas. So you sacrifice a pawn, you get the beautiful knight on e5, you have a very nice pressure, you open the a file, and then rook c1, b4. This is quite common. But of course, I mean, knight takes on c6, I think, seals the deal immediately. But
right, that's why probably.
Yeah, going back to the current position, and now Pragg faces the big decision. Are you going to play knight c3? Because now white might take, black might take on c4. And this is not very obvious. This is risk. So are you willing to take risk? So let's say knight c3 now, because this is when where you want to put the knight. And I'm going to take on c4 now. There's no knight e5 now, is it? I mean, black has put the knight on d7. And he's willing to trade the knights, oh, wait, the queen is just under attack on d2. So even if there are some trades, this is not always in favor for white. So how happy are you about this position? I mean, maybe just play something like rook fe1, sacrifice the pawn, push e4, and claim you have enough compensation. But this is a big decision, Alessia.
Yeah, and that's why Pragg is taking time in this position. Are there other option rather than knight c3?
Maybe just protect the pawn somehow. Maybe queen c2, knight b to d2. But then again, you took with the queen on d2, right? And not with the knight. And maybe rook fc1. But it's not just enough about the move. What are you going to do next? So you play rook fc1, show castle. Then what? Again, you need to think further. So you still want to put the knight on c3. The pawn on c4 is under attack. c takes, this is not what Pragg wants. I can promise you that this is going to be just a draw if he does it. And he's what color for the team? He needs to win. And that's why he cannot play c takes, which sometimes maybe is very peaceful, but not suitable for the current match situation. Do we move on to the next board?
Absolutely. Here we are. We have already lots of pieces that got exchanged. Let's go very quickly. 19 moves played. So this is very already at a very advanced stage. We have a Spanish with knight f6, so a Berlin, castle, knight e4, and now the new line where the grandmaster, top grandmaster, are trying to find new ideas. Mostly, for a long time, the main line, the most played move in this position has been the move d4. But now I see more and more often the move rook e1.
Right. This is a different approach. There's a couple of moves here. Yeah, knight e5 is one of them. All of this is normal, played many, many times. Yeah, that's the standard stuff. Very often, these games end in a draw. So if white plays this means he has some ideas. And I think that what Abbasov is trying to prove here, he has two bishops. I mean, it's not much, but two bishops is a bread and butter of many grandmasters. If they can't get anything out of the opening, they at least try to get the two bishops, because the position is opening at some point later. The bishop on f1 is not ideal. The bishop on c1 is not doing much. But think about perspective, right? So we avoid any trades, and at some point, my bishops might become really, really powerful. And Nijdorf is a very strong positional player who at the last moment was replacing Timur Rajabov, because Timur Rajabov recently before the Olympiad, he pulled out due to health issues, right? And he was unable to compete. And I think this is also a big chance for Nijdorf to prove that he can play really good chess. I know he very well, so yeah, could be interesting.
Archers, I've noticed two things from the live camera feeds. First of all, I saw Abbasov with the hands praying a few seconds before. And also, what is that Kit Kat doing on the table? I've seen this in every board of Azerbaijan. Is this that like their favorite? Is this the key of their success?
I have no idea. I do see it on the board, and
look, every board. Look, in every board they have. This is the first board. Also, Mamedyarov has it. Everyone, absolutely. This was second board. Sorry.
Maybe KitKat is the official sponsor of Team Azerbaijan. You know, I don't really know, but I mean, chess players are all about receiving energy during the game. So coffee is a very popular drink. Chocolate is a very popular food to take, because you need to gather some energy. Yeah, but it's quite funny that you mentioned, right? Everybody has Kit Kat. I don't know what's the backstory here.
I saw a chat comment, Kit Kat equal plus 10 ELO in 5 minutes. Exactly, guys. Have a break, have a Kit Kat. Yeah, we are doing odds for Kit Kat. That's an unpaid odds. Let's go back to this position. And now white offered a queen exchange. And as we saw yesterday, guys, don't forget the incredible endgame between Sargsyan and Ari Krishna. We saw it until the end. It was a long game. And eventually the winner was Sargsyan, that with the bishop pair pulled out the victory in favor of Team Armenia. And yeah, maybe Abbasov is taking inspiration from yesterday.
I like this choice, because, you know, how do you get any advantage against some of the best players in the world? I mean, it's incredibly difficult. They're so well prepared. And that's why it's a good idea to venture into some kind of an endgame, like here.
Yeah, I'll just show the next few moves so that we get to the current position. Now knight d4 attacking the pawn on c3. Of course, white is pushing the knight back, knight on e6, attacking the bishop. You don't want to give this bishop away in any way, so just go with the bishop on d6, and now the move played is a5. So this is the current position. Now is white to move. White is taking some time.
This is a position and a game which can take forever. And I think that Nijdorf should be happy, because this is where he was aiming. This is the position that he wanted. He gets the bishops, and I think it's quite important to mention he keeps a rook on the board. So he's not going to trade rooks, because you can always do that at some point later. But as far as I know, you cannot put on the board pieces that have been traded. And now he's going to maneuver a lot. I mean, try to create weaknesses, maybe play b3, rook d1, d4, f3, king f2, h4, you name it. Very pleasant position to be in, the perfect choice for the match strategy.
We will come back to this match in a few moments. Now it's time to see what is going on between Team Armenia and Team Uzbekistan. They are the current place number 1 and place number 3. So let's go to board 1. Here we see with the white pieces, Abbasov versus Sargsyan. This was also another Spanish, but this time no Burley, no knight f6, but a6. The bishop goes back, knight f6, castle, bishop e7. This is the super main line, the closed Spanish with rook e1, b5, bishop b3, castle. Oh, look at this move. Castle is preparing a very interesting opening, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess one of the things why Black is not committing himself to d6, he wants to push d5. So next couple of moves are going to be really important.
White played the move d3.
Yeah.
Just for going for something calm. And d6 was played, and now bishop d2. What is the idea?
Yeah, bishop d2, Alessia. Welcome. This is one of the recent discoveries in the modern chess. Maybe we go back a move before. So d3, anti-marshal. There you go. Because what is a marshal? Instead of c3, let's say we play the old-fashioned way. Instead of d3, play c3. Because one of the common ideas in the Royal Lopez is to push d4, right? And now you start to notice Black did not play d6 yet. And the reason is d5. So d5, e takes on d5, knight e5, we capture the pawn on e5, thank you, yum, 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 rook e5, c6. And I think the latest word is Black is doing really good. So bishop d6, queen h4, whatever, I mean, bishop g4, you name it, Black has a very, very good activity. And I think in the modern stance right now is that White gives up the pawn somehow, and he slightly tries to push it. You know, there have been a lot of high-level games in this line. So we go back. What happened in the game? d3. This is, I don't want any marshal, right? I want to skip this. And now after d6, Black is threatened to play knight a5, because in the Royal Lopez, the Lascaux bishop is one of the most important pieces, and everybody who has played Royal Lopez or Italian game, you probably know the feeling, right? The bishop on b3 is super, super important in many, many positions. It doesn't seem like much, right? But it is a core piece. And bishop d2. Now, this is where things get really interesting. This is a super modern move, which has been around for, well, I don't know, maybe a couple of years. And the idea is that White is toying with the ideas to play knight c3, knight e5. So the bishop on d2 stops knight a5 for the time being. And then White is flexible with his choices. What did Black respond? So this shouldn't be a surprise to Black.
Black played h6, h3, I think 2 moves that are useful for both sides. And then rook to e8.
Right. Yeah. There's a mention in the chat, Armenia might do it. Yeah. Well, I also start to have more and more thoughts that Team Armenia is a very serious contender, not only for the medals, but also for the gold medal. I mean, that will be quite something, right? I mean, all this backstory, like Levon leaving Armenia, one would have thought that they're never going to have a chance for the medal. There you go. They're leading the Olympiad, right? I mean, talk about that, right? It's incredible team spirit. So after rook e8, what played h3, rook e8, and what played next?
a3, bishop f8. Is Black preparing some sort of d5 with these moves? Protecting the pawn?
Yeah, it's like they're playing cat and mouse at the moment, trying not to reveal their setup just yet. Bishop f8 is usually, like you said, Alessia, either going for d5 or g6, bishop g7. One of the common maneuvers in the Royal Lopez. I guess knight c3 was played, right? This is how I would play.
Now, basically, White is not too scared about the move knight a5 because the bishop got a square on a2 where the bishop could hide. And rook d8 is the last move played by Sargsyan, and this is the current position of the match.
Well, I love the position for White. I think that White got what he wanted. Black is slightly passive. Rook b8. I'm not sure I understand this move. Or maybe the idea is to play a5, b4. A slightly mysterious move to me. Or maybe he's preparing against knight e5. You know, if I push knight e5, knight e5, no, knight d5 with white. It's one of the common ideas. Knight e5, then I don't know how to recapture it. So just to show you some of ideas, let's say if I can play e takes on d5, you take on d5, e takes on d5, and let's say there's no knight e4. Of course, there's knight e4, but let's say black plays knight e7. Knight e7, and I play d4. So this could be an interesting idea. And if you are forced to take e takes on d4, knight e4, you start to see suddenly black is left with some weaknesses at the queen side. Queen f3, knight c6, you get a lot of ideas. But like I already said, there is knight e4. So I'm not sure that's going to work. An alternative choice for white to take is bishop d5. And maybe that's why black did play rook b8, you know, because you can respond with knight e7. So that's really deep.
Yeah, because mostly the move rook b8 is played just once white is playing the move a4, so challenging to take on b5. But if not, it seems non-necessary.
Right. I mean, okay. Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. Very interesting game, of course.
Yeah, this started with knight f3, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, d6, and d4. So we are in a King's Indian. What do you say about this opening, Arturs?
Well, King's Indian is becoming like a rarity nowadays, I believe. Even some world elite players like Hikaru Nakamura, they have dropped it pretty much completely, switched to something else. And the reason is that, I guess with the help of modern engines, the importance of the space advantage is now more than ever higher, right? So black is heavily relying on kingside attack, giving white a lot of freedom. But this means it's fighting chess. So how did the game proceed?
Castle, bishop e2, e5. I think this is normal moves. And now h6.
Okay, that's slightly mysterious. I think knight c6 is the conventional way to continue. h6. All right, what happened after that?
Rook e1, knight bd7, bishop back on f1, knight h7, preparing some sort of f5, bishop e3, knight g5. Whoa. That's a new maneuver.
All right. So black is fighting for the d4 square.
And now this is the current position. Is this a new idea, Arturs, with h6, knight h7, knight g5 in the King's Indian?
Well, I've seen it before, but it's not very common. It's not very common. And this is a rare line. And I think that black has simply prepared something for one game just to test it. Definitely, this is not new. Yeah. Also, as mentioned in the chat by the viewers. But let's talk about this. Let's say if black plays here f5, which is one of the common ways for the King's Indian attack to commence at the king side. So let's say I play f5. I want to checkmate you at the king side, and I play f3 next. Now, there's a problem with a double pawn on g5. If you play f4, bishop f2, and knight f6, I'm just going to play h3. There's no g4, unless you want to sacrifice a piece just like that. And that's why in the King's Indian, the pawn has to be on the h file, like h5, g4. Suddenly, black's attack becomes a very serious thing. But there should be something else instead of f4. I think this is not very good because white is going to just focus on the queen side expansion. Maybe black has to do something else like, well, I don't really know what. f5 makes sense, but maybe not f4.
We'll come back to this board soon. Let's go to the third board. We have Sintarov versus Tersakian. It's interesting that Armenia is not changing the team at all. They're all fighting. They're always fighting with the same 4 players.
Right. I mean, there's the saying, right? If it's not broken, don't fix it. So Team Armenia is doing wonderful so far. And Hovhannisyan, who is the reserve player, actually, he has a great score. So far he has scored, okay, I didn't pull up his statistics, but they were pretty great. And I mean, the fourth board is not really intervening because, I mean, you see the players playing great, no need to change it, right? He's clearly in the rhythm. And I think it's also a responsibility for the captain not to change, because you see the team's going well, right? They have a great rhythm. Don't break it. Keep it as it is. So if the team's doing good, don't do any changes. So of course, I mean, the fourth player who is maybe slightly unhappy that he has to sit at the hotel in the spa for like a week, he has to do nothing, but the team result is that what matters really, right? If the team's doing well, so let's just keep the same roster.
Absolutely. The opening was one of the most exciting opening in chess. We have a Najdorf, and what white played here is something atypical. Bishop on d3.
Yes. What was this discussion, Alessia, we had yesterday, day before yesterday? I don't remember. There's so many illegal moves. So bishop d3 is one of them. There you go. I mean,
absolutely. And let's try to understand the idea. What is white? How does white want to bring out the pieces? After e5, the knight goes back on e2. So it seems like you want to play some f4. Now after bishop e7, castle, bishop e6, and yep, f4 is arriving exactly here at move 9. E take f4, knight take f4, knight c6, and now how is white developing the bishop on c1 with the move e3? Castle, bishop e2, knight e1, knight e5, sorry, and queen to e1. This is the current position. What do you say?
I like it. I like
For
it.
who?
Because, yeah, I like it because look at this position. Black has set up the perfect Scheveningen structure. I mean, e takes on f4 is a common idea to free up the e5 square for the minor piece, which is the knight. Bishop on e6 stands well. And usually a black plays something like knight fd7 and bishop g5 or bishop f6. It really depends, right? Bringing out the bishop. And one of the minuses that black now faces, having white position the docks for bishop on b2, he can't really play d5. But let's say if white had not played b3 bishop b2, he had chosen something else. There could be an option. There could be an option. Yeah, let's say here he would play the conventional way, something like bishop e3. Let's say bishop e3, short castle, and whatever happens next. Let's say, I don't know, queen e2 or queen e1. Yeah, sure.
Whatever.
So you need to account for d5. And maybe this is not ideal for black here right now because the knight on f4 is so strong to counter the center. But this is one of the ideas of the structure, usually with the knight on f3 or d4, this d5 idea. And now we go back to the current position with the bishop on b2. You start to appreciate that, I mean, d5 first is very difficult to achieve. Second, even if black does it, it opens the bishop on b2 for a very annoying pressure.
Yeah, look, these two bishops have a good potential against the black king. So if the position is open up, yeah, on one side, black is getting rid of the weakness on d6. But on the other side, you know, those two bishops will be two incredible pieces for white.
And we also have to talk about Team Uzbekistan, right? I mean, they've been slightly in the shadow of the second team of India, but they're doing really so well. So I'm just going to mention you some of the numbers, right, Alessia? So Najdorf Abbasov, he's only like, you know, world rapid champion at age 18. He has scored 6.5 out of 8. Performance almost 2,800. How do you like that? The second board is Yakuboyev, 6.5 out of 8. Performance 2,800. Are you impressed? The third board, Sindarov, 5 out of 7, only performance 2667. Okay, he is 17 years old. Yakuboyev, I didn't mention his age, he's 20. Vakidov, 4 out of 5, performance 2780. He's the oldest player in the field, 27 years old, like a veteran. If you can say that, I mean, I'm now referring to this joke that age 30, chess players are becoming veterans. And Shamsuddin Vakidov as a reserve player is 3.5 out of 4, 27.55. So their age about, 18, 20, 17, 20, and the fourth board is 27. Coached by the legendary chess coach Ivan Sokolov, they're a team to watch.
Absolutely. Let's go to board number 4. We have Ovanesyan versus Vakidov, one of the oldest players of this team. And it was again another Najdorf, and now another setup chosen by white with bishop e2, e5, and the knight goes on e3. I must say, this is a bit more conventional, but there is a new move. Bishop e7, castle, castle, and now the quick queen d3. What is the idea of this move?
Yeah, queen d3 we already saw in some other openings. The idea, I guess, is to lift the queen of g3. Alternative route is to play something like f4, the more conventional way. f4, queen e1, queen g3, queen d3 is maybe a little smarter because it keeps more options. Like maybe white is also thinking about knight e5. So it really depends what black plays. Let's say I play b5 because b5 is one of the common breakthroughs in the Najdorf. I play a4, b4, and knight e5. This could be the idea. Now you see the queen on d3 protects the pawn on e4. Also something to think about. So knight takes on d5, I guess, e takes on d5, trying to fix the weakness on b6, a5, bishop e3. The pawn on b4 is slightly weak, but I mean, it really depends on the particular position. This is sometimes the idea.
Yeah, sometimes you can even take with the queen so that you keep the pressure on the d6 pawn.
Yeah, queen
here.
also is good. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Right, let's see, after queen d3, bishop e6 was played, bishop d2. Also another way, unconventional way to develop the bishop.
Right. Yeah.
Knight c6.
We have a lot of very interesting insights from dear viewers. Yeah, also like to see you cheering for Team Armenia. Yeah, I also think they're doing a wonderful job so far. Great team spirit.
Yeah, they said, I love Mr. Tipsitun said, I love that the Armenian team is still so strong for such a small country.
Right. There are only a couple of million, right? I mean, how many citizens there are in Armenia? I mean, I can't tell from memory. They're about as small as Latvia. Something like 3 million, was it? 4 million? I mean, it's not a big country, really. It's filled with a lot of chess talents. So great country with a great chess tradition.
Okay, let's go towards the current position. And how do you tell me what is going on here, Arthurs?
No, white is slowly pushing. I mean, the weakness on d6 hasn't gone anywhere. So rook d2, I guess. And white wants to keep the d5 square for a piece, not to take for the pawn right now. So I guess queen d2 or rook d2 could be in the cards. Do we move on, Alessia? Check the maybe next matches.
Yes, let's go to board 1 of Greece versus USA. We have Grandmaster Mastrovaltsilis versus Caruana. Will Caruana come back? As has been a tough tournament for him.
Right. Can Caruana come back? Can Team USA still score medals? I would like to believe so, right? I mean, I love a good story. I love a good comeback story, right? And I think for Team USA, the tournament has been very rough. I mean, the first warning signals were already alarmed in the first rounds when they were barely winning the matches, 2.5, 1.5. And then this tragic match against Armenia, where Samuel Shankland touched the king, total hallucination, missing where his opponent, Hovhannisyan, had actually positioned the queen. And then, yeah, the next day, probably the lowest point for Team USA here in Olympiad, losing to second team of Armenia 1-3. However, there's still 3 rounds, right? And you got to show the character, right? You got to show the fighting spirit, and not always things go your way. So I think that Team USA is gonna do everything possible, and that's why Fabi is back. He's not like, I'm gonna silently sit in the hotel, right? He knows he's not in the shape. He's here. He's fighting. He's trying to help. I mean, this is
that's why
spirit.
That's why we are having a poll right now in the chat. Fabi, win today? Yes or no? You can vote and let us know what is your opinion. What will happen today? What about this current position? This was another Sicilian. We can see that there are some similarities with the game we just see, with the square on d5, where there is a very nice knight. And black still didn't castle. We have opposite color. We have bishop here for black. And it's black to move in this position.
Right. This used to be quite popular. Not sure. Something like 10 years ago. The Sicilian Sveshnikov. Bishop takes on f6 used to be very sharp line. The word is black is doing okay. So quite typical to the Sveshnikov. White controls the d5 square. Black has two bishops and auto dynamics. So it's quite difficult to evaluate, but the Sveshnikov has a good reputation.
All right, let's see what Aronian is doing in board 2. We have Aronian versus Grandmaster Teodoru.
Oh, wow. What is this?
Wow, this is a crazy position. White king is still not castled. And look at this center. Those pawns are attacking each other, but, no pawn is actually capturing. Is white to move in this position? There is also a knight that is threatening a check on g2, which would mean our king needs to go away and castle is gone. So
it's a total mess. It's a total mess. I'm not sure what to make of this.
Wow.
Also for Levon, the tournament is not going really well. He, like Fabi, he has scored only one victory so far. So he desperately wants to win.
Yeah, but this position, what do you think could be the moves that Aronian is thinking right now?
I guess he's thinking about how to castle long, right? I mean, my king is not where it's supposed to be. Short
First of all, how do you stop the check on g2?
Rook g1, which makes sense. Activate the rook. The pawn on h3 don't matter at all. Yeah, by the way, but let's talk about black, because Nicolas Teodoro, he has a great tournament. Yeah, I just noticed in the chat, and I have team stats for Greece in front of me, and he has 6 out of 7 with a performance of 27.52.
Impressive.
So, very impressive result by the young Greek. So this is definitely also a very interesting team to watch. Team Greece is doing pretty well so far in the Olympiad. They've scored quite many match points, and yeah.
Let's go
Also,
to see
I see that.
Let's go to see what Giri is doing against Maksudlu from Iran. Yeah, we have Netherlands versus Iran. And this is the current position here. Here we still have a normal position in comparison to what was going on in the Iranian game. This seems like, okay, easy club, right? King is castled, pieces are developed. There are all the pieces of the board. Just one pair of pawns was exchanged. And white is for sure having more space at the center. Black would like to make a breakthrough, like to move c5 or e5, and it's white to move here.
Right. So Anish has a very good tournament so far. So he quietly has got 5 points out of 6 with almost 2900 performance. He's the team leader, and him and Jordan on Forest doing pretty well at top boards. So Erwin Lamy, I guess, is the player who is not having a great tournament so far, and that's why I think they're gonna mainly focus on the lineup of Anish, Jordan Van Forest, Benjamin Bock, and Max Warmerdam, because again, you in the tournament while it's ongoing, you make adjustments, and you see that somebody is not really working. I mean, not really doing well. You just bench him, right, and try everybody else who is doing better to play.
I see a very interesting position here in the second board. Grandmaster Tabatabae versus Jordan Van Forest. Wow, already there was a rook capture on a1. Did white sacrifice this rook? And now white is thinking, black captured the rook. And now white is thinking, what happened here? And look at Jordan time. Yes, 1 hour, 31 minutes on the clock. This means that is fully playing like a machine. Is fully playing his preparation.
Yeah, it's a super fun position. And if you look at the position right now, we don't see any way how white can trap the queen. So if the queen was on c2, we could consider knight c3 ideas, right? Try to trap the queen, make a discovered attack, somehow maybe box the queen. I don't think it's possible. So this definitely is a prep. And you can see that Jordan is still within the prep, as you already said. So I'm looking at something like knight g5. Not sure what is this really, to be honest. I mean, knight g5, I'm attacking the bishop on e6, maybe opening the diagonal. And I would expect something like queen f6, something along the way to be played like that. But I mean, there might be some other moves as well. Yeah, queen f6. And now the question is, are you obliged to take on e6 or not? Maybe there's even a move for some, another move like f4, you know, try to grab space 4 or h4, then black plays h6, and then you take it.
From a general point of view, white is an exchange down. This means that black has a rook and white has a piece and a pawn for it. No, there is a knight and there is a pawn. Where is white's compensation?
Well, exchange for a pawn, it's against the bishop. So let's say bishop and a pawn against a rook. In my vocabulary, that's half a pawn. This is how I treat it. Because, I mean, let's say knight and a pawn, that's 4. Rook is 5, so that would be like a pawn. But bishop, I rate it a bit higher. So that's something like 3.5. So 3.5 with the pawn, that's 4.5 against the rook. So it's very close. It's like almost...
It's not a bishop and a pawn. It's a knight and a pawn in this position.
Yeah, but I'm going to take on e6, then it's become a bishop and a pawn. That was the idea. And then it really depends on some other elements. Again, the elements which contribute to evaluating the positions is king safety, control of the center, weaknesses, outposts for your pieces, right? So it's not really so simple. I mean, in chess is so complicated that you can't just say, listen, I have an exchange for a pawn, I'm winning, right? I mean,
also
maybe, yeah.
Also, when there are rooks on the board, the more open file there are, and of course, the more potential the rook can have, because at the beginning of the game, the rooks are not really having an active role for the game. But then in the end game, when files are getting open, then the rooks are becoming stronger and stronger. So if I can imagine this position, if Jordan is solving all the problem, if he's castling the king, bring the rooks to the center, to the C, D files that are completely open, then his position becomes really nice.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Alessia, do we also check another match maybe? I see Team India, first team.
Yes, one other thing I want to notice is that Grandmaster Tabatabai has used already half of his time. You have 90 minutes and now he used 47 minutes. So let's see the board number 1 of the match, India versus Brazil. And let's see what Grandmaster Hare Krishna is doing today after the hard defeat of yesterday against Grandmaster Sargsyan, against Grandmaster. He's playing today versus...
First team. Yesterday was a cardbreaker, definitely, because you can't help but feel that one of the teams maybe would lose the chance to get medals. So, I mean, losing a very important match in the final phase of the tournament is very tough, and everybody, of course, wants to get medals. And yeah, you could clearly see disappointment in Hare Krishna's face yesterday after defending this incredibly annoying endgame against Gabriel Sargsyan. I still believe what I said, right? It was incredibly annoying, incredibly unpleasant endgame to hold. And Hari, despite the fact that he is a wonderful defender, he knows how to keep things under control. But I think the odds were simply against him, and he just couldn't do it. He was hanging for a while, for 5-6 hours, and then he crushed it. So this is, I think, also a very important match for Team India to try to come back and hopefully still hang on in the hot pursuit for the medals.
In this position, there is an unconventional, another big difference on the clock. Hare Krishna has now started to use his time, and he has 1 hour 26 minutes, 1 hour and 26 minutes on the clock versus 48 minutes. So again, we have the feeling that there was a very strong preparation here pulled out by Hare Krishna. And what about the current position here? Who is better?
Well, let's just talk about the plan. Black's plan is to play b5, a5, b4, establish a pass pawn at the queen side. White's plan is e4. I mean, it should be. So how do you execute it? Maybe there's some kind of a combination of some other plans. Something like queen b1, stopping the b pawn from being advanced. Queen b1, stopping the b pawn, pushing e4. Because if white pushes e4 successfully and forces black to take on e4, then white establishes himself a pawn majority. I mean, not a pawn majority, but pass pawn in the center. So I don't really see anything else that white could do. Maybe a4, queen b1, or queen b1, a4, e4, something along the way. But for black, b5, maybe bishop f5 should be in the cards.
All right. Should we see another board from this team India?
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's see what Bidit is doing on board 2.
I'm talking about Team Brazil. They have a very strong lineup. 5 grandmasters spearheaded by Luis Suppi, who I will always remember for his amazing queen sacrifice against Magnus Carlsen, this queen c6. Alessia, you've seen it, right? I think Magnus was streaming this blitz game, and Suppi played queen c6, and Magnus like, it's hot, right? It's amazing stuff. One of the most spectacular queen sacrifices, although it was a blitz game, which left the world champion speechless. Amazing player. And so far, Luis is going with undefeated top board, which is a good score, performance of over 2,600. And of course, Alexander Fier, who is widely regarded as one of the most creative players in the circuit. And, I'm not really sure. I mean, fire, right? I mean, he's always going for very interesting dynamic chess. I just love how he plays.
Yeah, this position is still calm, but I see the potential chance for fire. There are still all the pieces on the board. Not even a pawn got exchanged. And so there is a big potential. Also, it was a Gioco piano, but now white already played c3, d3. And mostly in this kind of position, white is saying, I'm not playing the move d4 right away, but I'm just setting up, preparing my position, and then I will play the move d4 just when I'm sure that is the right moment to strike.
Right. Black played it out pretty aggressive, threatening g4, etc. And this brings me some memories of Hare Krishna playing it several rounds ago against Norbek Abbasov. Very spectacular attack. So Abbasov was completely outplayed. And I think this also proves that Indian team, they share analysis. By the way, this is a common thing at the highest level, right? You share the analysis, you have training camps, you know the same idea. So for example, if Vidit plays the same line, there's a good chance that Hare Krishna has seen it, etc. But I'm going to tell you a story about that a bit later. Maybe now we make our first break, Alessia?
Absolutely. It's time to get a break. We will come back with the incredible match between Poland and India in the women's section. And then, of course, we'll also come back to all the amazing games of the open section. Don't go anywhere. Take some popcorn because the fun just started. The show just began. See you soon.
See you soon. Yeah.
host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Koneru leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Koneru will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Ramesh Babu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team. Playing board 3, Vaishali takes on a similar responsibility as her brother, Pragnanandhaa, who plays board 3 for India's second open team. On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster. A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's leading women's team.
And we are back with the coverage of the Olympiad. I'm Alessia Santeramo, Women FIDE Master, and I'm here today with Grandmaster Arthur's Nixon.
Namaste, Dosto, everybody. Alessia, of course, we are happy to be back after break. And I think we are going to move on now to the women's section.
Absolutely. There is the team India that is the team to beat today. And they are facing a very strong team, Team Poland. And of course, firstborn. In Poland, we have a legend now, no? If you go through the street of Warsaw, they are saying, Olivia, Olivia. What an amazing performance there.
Oh, Poland is watching for the amazing performance of Olivia Kalbasa, the third board of Poland's team, who has scored 8 out of 8, right? So analog to Gukesh's performance in the open section, also Olivia has beaten everybody in her way, and she is the top scorer, obviously, of Team Poland with a performance of almost 3,000.
We will get to our board, but first of all, what is happening at board 1?
This looks quite peaceful, and it immediately brings me memories of one of the earlier round games of Kashlinskaya against Irina Bomaga. I'm not saying it was the same opening. Was it some kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted? Maybe it doesn't really matter. What matters is that the position is symmetrical. Black has no obvious weaknesses. And after Bishop D7, Black has finished development. And it's just not much for White to look at. So maybe Alina's idea is at some point try to put the knight on D4, trade it for the Lasco bishop on c6 if it's going to get there. And then, you know, somehow in the long term, try to use the power of the sole bishop on the board. But I think it's a bit far-fetched, to be honest.
Yeah, so this it will be hard for Alina to try to win here, right?
Yeah, but she already played this line against Bomaga. And, you know, sometimes it's all about maybe you're not choosing the most ambitious opening, but you know it very well. You know the ideas. And for example, like the London system, which is not super popular. I mean, okay, take it back. Not very super popular, but not very ambitious. But it's very often based on ideas. And if you know those ideas very well, then it's your opponent who is struggling to figure out all the nuances.
Let me get talking about London system. Let me get an impression from the chat. Write 1 if you're a fan of the London system, and write 2 if you think that the London system is a boring chess opening.
Right.
What would you write, Ardors?
I won't say. I won't influence the chat. I mean, let them maybe write first, and then I'm gonna say what do I mean about that.
Okay, we'll see. But I see lots of 1, lots of 2. A big 2 by skews.
There's even 3. Unbelievable.
There's even
All right.
3. And 3 probably if they are neutral, if they literally don't care.
Yeah.
All right, let's
All
go to board number 2. This game is slow, I would say. It will be maneuver. It will be improving slowly the position. What is happening in board number 2?
So Karika Dronovali has a good position against Monika Sochko. And Monika Sochko, I believe, is one of the most experienced players in Team Poland, been around for a long time, playing awesome chess. Also married to another Polish player, Bartosz Sochko, a great chess family. And here, White has achieved more, definitely. I feel it. Because, okay, the king on g2 is... actually, this is kind of theoretical, you know, maybe I jumped the gun a bit, but I think I've seen this position before. But if you look at the structure, is that you see the pawn, White has a pawn majority at the king side. So the pawn on e5, pawn on d4 is protected, and you start to have ideas like remove the knight and play f4, f5. So if you do that, your chances are definitely better. And Black is really committing himself to push c5, c5, knight c6, and maybe somehow try to punish White for having a slightly vulnerable king, because I think this king never castled really. So this is one of the lines of the Queen's Indian, right? I sort of recall it. Last time I looked at it was something like 5 years ago, to be honest, but looks familiar to me.
Without the light square bishop, is this king actually weak?
The king?
Yeah.
I guess it depends. It depends how you play it out. For the moment, the king is feeling quite secure. Black has no pieces around it, but maybe in the long term, if Black is going to be successful with c5, d4, knight c6, etc., maybe position the queen on a8, h1 diagonal, then suddenly this knight on f3 and king on g2 could be feeling uncomfortable. But I mean, still, I would rate the position in favor for White.
Let's go to board number 3. We were talking shortly before about the Kielbasa Olivia here with the white pieces. She's got this interesting position with an isolated pawn on d4, which is a sign that she's out for another fight. Is chat believing in a 9 out of 9 also for Olivia?
Yeah, and Olivia has to do it, right? We are now watching her game, and she's one of the heroes, not only for Team Poland, but the entire women's section, and all the eyes are onto her. So if Team Poland wants to do it, because they are behind Team India in the current rankings by 2 match points. Again, the tournament system is that every single match you get 2 match points for every victory, right? So if Team Poland wants to do it, I mean, they definitely rely on Olivia scoring a victory here. And so far, I think she's doing all right.
What is the...
Right.
I was asking, what is the next move? She's taking some time to think right now. So what will be the next move? to do
There's
here?
the eternal question. Is an isolated pawn a strength or weakness? And it's been around forever. So let's just put it this way. If all the pieces disappear from the board, then black is better. There's no argument about it because the pawn on d4 has no support from other pawns. It's an easy target. It can be blocked. And then white is in trouble. But let's look at it from a different perspective. It's the only central pawn. So it really depends how you play it out. The pawn on d4 controls some of the most vital squares in the center. And this could be a catalyst to organize something. I mean, either king side or queen side, don't really know. Maybe also some well-timely executed knight e5, knight c5 ideas could be in there. At the moment, white is just slightly better because of the space advantage.
Oh, maybe it's time to go to the last board. India is having Tanya Sanchev on the fourth board that is having also another beautiful, very good performance there. And I see in this position a pawn structure that is a bit unbalanced. White is having 5 pawns on the king side and just 1 on the queen side. So this means that white could try to push and create a pass pawn in the center. Instead, black in the long run could create a pawn, a far away pass pawn on the queen side.
Right. These Tarash or semi-Tarash positions have become increasingly popular lately. And white has a pawn majority in the center on the king side. So if black had not played f6, white would be thinking about h4, knight g5 ideas. Maybe somehow land the knight on d6. So f6 is like a defensive resource. It's stopping all these ideas. But of course, it comes as an expense, right? It weakens the king. So I'm not sure what white's supposed to do here. Take on f6? Probably not. But something like bishop e4 maybe. But is it enough for white? If I play bishop e4, because you need to watch out for bishop takes on f3 threat already, right? And f takes on e5 is discovered attack on the queen. So bishop e4, let's say I take on e4, queen e4, f takes, d takes, knight c5. I think black is just a happy camper, so to speak, right? I mean, no problems whatsoever. And black has pawn majority at the queen side and hopes to take over the game, because if he moves on to the endgame, then black has a chance to organize outside pass pawn at the queen side. Now, the question is what white's supposed to do. Maybe try to bother the king after f6. But how do you do that? I mean, maybe really take on f6. And then
There is
I don't
a
know what
danger
black... I'm sorry?
there is some danger in opening the f file, because there are also the knight on f3 is vulnerable, and this bishop on b7 is really strong on the open file.
Right. But also the pawn on e6 is a bit weak. So I think it's about balance, to be honest. Maybe white has a very minor edge, but it's about balance.
Great. It's probably time to go on with the Ukraine, with the match Ukraine versus Georgia, not versus Muzichuk.
Right. So Team Ukraine also one of the contenders for the medals. Playing against Georgia. Muzichuk sisters are obviously playing. They have to. Crucial matches are ahead. I think they're going to play all the matches until then. And big matchup, right? Maria Muzichuk against Nona Zagniza.
And look at this position. And we've got something interesting going on here. It feels like white has now 2 pawns that could start eventually to be really dangerous. I mean, is white going to capture here? I think the main question is white capturing on d4 or is pushing on c4?
It looks theoretical. If I am not terribly mistaken, is this anti-Moscow with bishop e5? Very quickly, can you show me the opening? I think I recognize it.
Yeah, it's this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I know quite a bit about this line. Yeah, bishop d3. I made extensive analysis in this line, so bishop b5 is one of the ways to continue. The word is black is okay. There's always some new ideas in there. So maybe even white is not going to take on d4. but instead rely on the development, win some time. I'm talking about moves like a bishop g5. Maybe this is even a move. I'm not sure that's necessary. So let's say bishop g5, d takes on c3, and I try to capitalize on the gain time somehow, right? So you see the spin. Maybe there's bishop f6 idea somewhere along the way, right? Maybe I can take it right away at some point. Think about some tactical ideas like queen f6, the knight on d7 is under attack, the king is exposed, right? So you have to evaluate that. What is this? And if black plays g takes on f6, there could be ideas like queen h5, or maybe rook e6, queen h5. You know, there's a lot of room for creativity here.
Yeah, this pawn on f7 is pinned, so the pawn on e6 is unprotected at the moment.
Yeah, that would be my thought process, but I'm not sure what Maria is choosing here. Probably c takes on d4 is just fine, but I mean, it's all about time, and chess is a very fast-paced game. So trading pawns to gain time is a very popular thing to do.
Another very interesting position we have at board 2. Batsiashvili Nino versus Muzikana. I see that Nino is standing up and walking around looking at the other boards. It feels like she's giving the signal, I am comfortable in my position.
I'm in complete control, right? Okay, what is this?
I know.
Position? How do you get?
I know what is going on there.
Looks incredibly sharp. So knight f3.
So there is a pawn on h6, right? Let's say a few things about their pawn. It's a very good resources for white because you could eventually try to be very aggressive against the king. So give even mate if the queen gets on g7. Well, that's goodbye, my friend.
Or maybe also a major annoyance in any endgame. So let's say any rook endgame, black is slightly worse. The pawn on h6 is not allowing the king to easily join the game. The pawn on h7 might become a target very quick. So knight f3 is a great move. Again, it feels theoretical. Maybe it's some improvisation, I don't know. But I think knight takes on f3 is risky, right? Because
Yeah, it seems risky because you're doubling the pawns, but then opening the g file. And as we said, the pawn on h6 is so ready or support a piece to land on g7 that this feels really scary.
Exactly. So I'm thinking about, again, how to try to get queens off the board. Maybe queen d5. The pawn on d5 is under attack, but this will allow white to get a slightly better endgame, I think. I mean, after queen takes on d5, among all other choices like queen g5, I'm not sure. Just take on d4. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. No. I mean, queen g5 is a move, definitely, but I was thinking about knight d4, c takes, and queen d4. So I don't know how great is this, but if I force black to trade queens, let's say take, and something like bishop e6, the question is, does white have anything? Because, I mean, of course, black is normally developed, rook fc8, maybe king goes to e7, etc. But you can't help but feel that this pawn on h7 might remind you at the worst possible moment. So b3, king b2, maybe secure the king. White's bishop goes to d3. And, you know, it's unpleasant. Rook h5 ideas start to appear on the horizon. And I'm not impressed that this is equality according to the bar. I think that black is having some problems here. But maybe there's just something better.
Let's go back after knight f3.
Right, maybe it's just this queen d5, queen g5. And maybe that's the way to play, you know, not totally sure. So trade queens, obviously, knight g5, bishop f5, at least visually black looks completely fine. And now this position is much more complicated than the previous one, because also black has some counter chances. I mean, compared to that one, here the knight on d4 is beautiful.
But we know in a team competition, the players that have the white pieces are obliged to kind of fight for a victory. So probably we will see something like this on the board, something with a bit more action rather than a more simple endgame, no? Because I see some risk here, you know, the pawn on f7, Maybe bishop on c4. The g file is still open. Of course, it's much more complex, this one.
Could be. You're right. Yeah, maybe this is what's gonna happen.
Okay, let's move to board 3. We have Ushanina versus Yavakshvili.
All right.
What's this position?
Black is pretty solid from the first glance. He has a beautiful control all the dark squares. White's last square bishop is shooting empty for the moment. I mean, staring at the pawn on d5. Maybe white has some advantage due to the space. So now the big question is how white is going to respond to a6. I'm not totally sure it's a4, because after a4, maybe this pawn on b5 is going to remind you later. So what I'm thinking, can I perhaps take on a6? So let's say b takes on a6. Maybe it's not very good, but that's what I'm thinking about. Rook a6 and something like knight c4. Although that's a ridiculous move, right? Because the knight on a5 is half a knight. But anyway, my idea was that I want to open the position and give more lines, more diagonals for the bishops. But knight c4, maybe it's not very good, because you look at the knight on a5. I mean, you don't really see a lot of perspective for this knight. So maybe I can just play something like, instead of knight c4, some, I don't know, some quiet move, like some generic normal move like a4 or rook fc1. And if the black knight goes away from a5, then I play knight c4.
It seems white. I would prefer. I have the feeling white is having a bit better position. I like the bishop pair, a bit more space, a bit more perspective here. How could black try to? What could be a plan for black in this position?
I guess get to the pawn on a4. Knight b7, knight c5, double the heavy pieces. And this is the drawback, obviously, of white's plan. But I'm not sure. I mean, again, we go back to this current position of black having played a6. I'm not sure if this b takes on a6 is great. Alternative is to play a4. But now the pawn on b5 is going to be target. So you have to value that as well. And maybe black is not even rushing with a takes on b5. He could just play knight b7 first, improve the knight. So knight b7.
In this position?
No, knight b7. Yeah, knight c4. And knight c5. How do you value this? So a lot of depends on that. How do you value this? Because black has a very good control of the dark squares. And maybe the threat also at some point is to play queen d7. Or a takes on b5, a takes on b5, queen d7. And you start to worry about the pawn on b5. So I'm not totally sure where this pawn should be at all. Maybe it should be even not on a4. Maybe we'll go back before taking on a6. Maybe just take on a6. And at some point later, play, if the pawn on a2 is bothered, play a3, play knight c4, and trade away black's dark square bishop on d6 for the knight. Yeah. The games can still go either way.
Right, let's move to the last board of this match. Ukraine versus Georgia. We have a similar position in a way. There is a pawn on d5, a strong bishop on c6 attacking the rook right now. Material-wise, the position is equal, and there are those two pawns on the queen's side, one on a5 and the other on b2. Those are isolated pawns that can be targeted for the opponent's side. For example, I can already see some ideas of doubling the rook on the a file for white, or black play a move like rook b8 attacking b2. Those pawns are two targets for sure for black and white.
Like the pawn on d6 as well. So one of the ideas that I'm thinking about is knight d2, knight c4. So this is quite a common idea to improve the knight, which is not doing much on f3. And on c4, it is targeting both the pawn on a5 and pawn on d6. So I would say black's position is unpleasant. White got something out of the opening. Also, in addition to knight d2, knight c4, you are thinking about doubling the rooks at a file, maybe rook a2, rook f to a1. And there's no risk for white at all. I mean, So black is dreaming about playing something like rook a7 and knight c5. I think rook a7 has to be played. So how does it feel together? If I play rook a7 and then I continue with knight e2, what do you do?
Yeah,
So
because
knight
now
c4
you
is a bit
cannot
better.
play knight c5. There is knight c4, and then the queen needs to go back to a8. And already this pawn is falling.
Exactly. Exactly. So
It's already a
what's
tough
definitely better
position here. For knight d2. Can you protect this pawn in any way? You cannot protect it
Bishop
with the
a6.
rook.
Bishop a6 is queen a5, I guess, no? Or rook a5. No, queen
Oh,
a5, yeah.
yeah, just the pawn.
Take.
If you
Bishop to rook
take the
a7.
rook, we take just the rook on a7. That's it.
Yeah. Black is losing something.
Right. What about going back to the open section? I want to see what our world champion Magnus Carlsen is doing right now. He's playing against Grandmaster Megaranto from Indonesia. And he has the black pieces.
So one thing I really like about Magnus, he's not stepping down. Team Norway is not having the greatest tournament so far, and he's still playing. He's still there with the team, maybe having a lot of fun. And maybe let's check first the notable matchups that we could pay attention to. So it's Team Norway against Indonesia, and my country, Team Latvia, is playing today against Team Canada. I already feel there's going to be a great match of Eric Hansen from Canada against Tom Cantons from Team Latvia. Maybe we can have a glimpse at some point later. And yeah, again, of course, Eric Hansen as the founder of Chess.pro. Team France against Cuba. Again, very interesting match to check, because Team France is doing really well in this tournament so far, despite the fact they're missing 3 top players. And for example, also Team Ireland, they're doing great. And their second board international master, Conor Murphy, was until the previous round doing 6 out of 6, 100% performance. And then he made a draw with the black color last round. And of course, Team Romania and Moldova, due to their historic close relationship. I mean, both countries, I think it was in Moldova, right? A big majority of the country do speak in Romanian language. They're pretty close. And yeah,
Nearly a derby, you know? Similar language, very close. And in Moldavia, many people speak Romanian.
Right, exactly. So those are the matches we could very quickly have a glimpse. But let's start with the world champion Magnus Carlsen here, who has gotten a great King's Indian position somehow. I mean, his dark square bishop is missing. So he's going for knight h5, f5 breakthrough at the king's side, while white is trying to push b4, c5.
Will be faster.
Well, difficult to tell, but I think the plans are quite clear. So white has nothing to do at the king's side. There's no g3, f4. There's no f4 at all. So quite common to the King's Indian, you have to push c5, or maybe I have to explain why. Why do you have to push c5? So let's say I'm gonna, instead of g6, let's say, instead of g6, can we make some null move like knight f8? Which, no, knight f8, so that there's c5 actually makes sense. So what I want to do, I want to prepare c5. Let's try to push c5, and again make some null move like knight g6.
You want to push c5
right
C5.
now? I just want to show the idea. Okay. c5, knight g6, and take on d6. C takes, c takes. This is the position that white is aiming for. So one of the common themes of the King's Indian, you want to get to the queen side. You want to get to the pawn on d6. So we're talking about taking over the c file, like rook fc1, queen c7. We're talking about bishop e5. We're talking about knight e2, knight c4, getting the pawn on d6, knight b6. So, I mean, of course, I mean, it's ridiculous, right? Because I just pushed c5. You could have taken on c5, but you get the point, right? And I think that's why black is going to keep the knight on d7. not to allow c5 at all, and maybe even play b6 to stop this action. So we go back to current position. White is thinking about c5 ideas. There's nothing else. And at the same time, Magnus is slowly thinking about ideas like knight h5, maybe knight f4, not sure, but could be knight g7, rook f8, and f5. Trying to check knight
b4, b4 is already on the board. So white is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Go for the push on c5 as well.
There's a feature chat that it is surprising to see Magnus even playing at all, but I think it's great. It's great that he stays with the team, and you have to. I mean, again, you have to stay together with the team. It's good to keep the good team spirits even at low points, right? So if you're not doing good, I mean, you can't always be doing great, and it's important to stay together as a whole team, and that's what Magnus is doing here. Also, he's there, right? He's supposed to do something. Why not just play a game, right? Help his team. Doesn't matter what color, black color. I don't think he's farming points, elo points, because he is rewarding so little. Every victory, what is it? I mean, every victory for him against GM 2500, that's how many points? 0.8?
Yeah, 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point? Yeah, it's not like the priority is not the points. He is helping his team. He's doing his best, and that's why he's an amazing world champion.
Absolutely. Let's go to board number 2. Here we have Ariantari. Up to this point, he was having an okay performance, and yesterday he lost his game. So he's coming back today. He has the white pieces. Now he has 2 pawns, so d4 pawns and d4 pawns in the center. Pieces are well developed. Black has the bishop pair with the 2 bishop on a7 and e6. Who is better in this position?
I don't know. I think that white is missing a crucial piece, which is the last square bishop. So let's imagine we have the bishop on d3. Now I start to have some attacking ideas like e5, etc. I use the space, open diagonal, but I don't have it. So there you go. If you're going to play e5, black is going to respond with knight e5. Thank you for the outpost on d5. d5? Yeah, by the way, what about d5? d5, I just take it. I play bishop f5. And suddenly black's bishop is very strong. I'm not sure how to evaluate this. I think black is doing all right. Maybe he's even thinking about b4 next, and then some kind of a breakthrough in the center. Yeah, by the way, talking about Magnus, actually his current score right now in the Olympiad is 6 out of 7, which is pretty impressive, right? But talking about gained elo, minus 0.2. I mean, talk about being very consistent.
Yeah, this means that 2 draws are costing him more points than 5 wins. That's that's what you get when you are number 1 and you have such a big rating.
I mean, you're losing rating every single game when you're playing. I mean, if you're not winning every single draw, you're losing rating. Why? You're number 1 seed in the world. It's really so simple, right? You cannot gain points by drawing, and that's why Magnus has to win. And then he plays against somebody super solid. Let's say Magnus is with the black color. He plays against 2050. He makes a draw. Boom, -3. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Look at the time situation. Ariantari with 37 minutes. He is consuming some time here. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable in this position.
Can we check some more games from this notable team list, right? We discussed. I think there's some other interesting matchups, and I'm particularly looking at Team Latvia. We never had a chance to look at Team Latvia so far. They're playing against Team Canada. And this rings to me some memories from the Baku Olympiad 2016 when Team Latvia was playing. I think it also was the 9th round. Maybe it was the 10th round against Team Canada. We lost it. We lost 1-3. We had a great run. I was playing myself, and I'm not playing this year for several reasons, but it was a very tough match for us on Team Canada. Then in the final round, got to play against Team USA. I think it was the top board. So that was very, very tough loss for us. And here we have, what do we have here? That's the third board of Norway, no?
Yes, we have the third board of Norway, and we will get to the game of Eric Hansen pretty soon. But let's go to the board number 2. What is happening in this match between Latvia? And do you know these players?
The players, obviously, yeah. Jan Ludvig Hammer is widely regarded as a chess expert, also commentator, streamer himself. And hammer time, as there goes the saying, right? A great player, and he used to be second for the world champion Magnus Carlsen, helping him on his road for the world championships. So, but I think in the tournament he's struggling. He's struggling so far because let me pull up his stats very quickly. Right, he lost. I mean, he scored something like 1 point out of 4 at the start. Round 3 to 7 were a disaster for Jan Ludvig, so he was benched for a moment. Then yesterday he did beat finally his opponent, but still not very good tournament for so far for Jan Ludvig. But what he's got here in the opening, it looks promising.
Is this bishop's on b7 so strong? And what is black's plan here? Because I see white has a bit more space as Turk's double on the d file. And so you say it's promising what he got, but why?
F4 actually, you know, Alessia, it brings me the question, why can't you just take on f4? Knight x on f4 is rook d7, most likely, right? There should be some problems. Is it? By the way, there's knight e2 fork. I'm not very sure. Where's the problem of knight f4? Yeah, exactly. So
is it a free juicer?
Yeah, f4, is it a blunder? I mean, why not just take it?
Yeah, you know how I call it this pawn?
How do you call it?
A free cheese macaroni. You gotta eat it. It's good.
Right. All right.
All right, let's go to another game. We have a player that is having an impressive performance. His name is Murphy Connor from Ireland, and he's playing against a very talented player from Italy, Lorenzo Ladici. Is also having an impressive performance this tournament. I've seen some very nice endgame with 2 queens, with the queens on the board. This is a very interesting one.
Right. So also Ladici is doing really well so far in the tournament, and Connor with the white collar here. 6 out of 6. Super impressive result so far. Yesterday he was killed to a draw. The position looks good for white, to be honest. Looks some sort of a King Zindan structure. White has set up Morozzi bind. White has space advantage. And instead of grabbing the knight on f4 automatically, I think bishop f1 makes sense. And why? Because the rule of thumb in the positions with space advantage is you keep on the board as many pieces as you can.
Sorry, Arthurs, let me say why we don't capture a free piece immediately. Of course, there is the knight also hanging on d4, so nobody's blundering a piece. It's just an exchange in an unconventional way.
Right. Yeah. So I think that knight x on d3 is something that black is thinking about. Yeah, talking about Connor's performance so far. His performance right now is 2,814. I mean, it's very serious stuff, right? I mean, talking about Magnus's level. I mean, basically gained over 30 points ELO. So definitely, I think he's going to make a GM norm.
He has a performance right now of 2,814. And so, yes, we don't want to jinx it, but I think that the GM norm is very close.
Exactly.
It's time for us to go back to the top boards. We want to see if there are some updates. There were so many games that were exciting. I'm putting, again, I think, well, let's go back to Gukesh.
Yeah, let's do that. Gukesh is definitely something we don't want to miss today.
So let's jump. We were in this position, and this is immediately the position that is right now on the board. Lots of pieces got exchanged. the queens are out of the board, and we have a different pawn structure. White is having 4 pawns on the king side, and so the potential of creating a pass pawn here on the e file instead black can push on the queen side, and there can have a pass pawn. The question is, which pass pawn will be the far away pass pawn, Arthurs?
Well, I don't know. I mean, f4, bishop f3 is the first one which jumps to my mind. And maybe black has a way to liquidate immediately. Let's say...
It's white to move in this position, and the f4 has been played. Now we see just Gukesh playing the move in the live camera feed. And again, Shock is not at the board. I've seen him already a couple of times standing up. And is Kit Kat, did it take already his TikTok, or is Kit Kat or not yet?
Ah, you're referring to this power sip by Mamedyarov, was it, right? I mean, I saw your clip, Alessia. When was this? 2 days ago, right? From Mamedyarov? No?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring... What are you referring to? I thought you were referring to taking a sip, water sip.
No. I was referring to the chocolate on the table. The Kit Kat.
Okay. I misheard you. All right. I misheard you. Anyway, I mean, going back to the position, f4 really makes sense, right? Because you want to play bishop f3 next, and the rule of good practice is that you push forward the pawns and then put pieces behind. So f4 bishop f3 makes sense because the pawn on f4 is protecting the e5 square. I'm talking about bishop f3 e5. So you need to play e5 so that you can give knight e5 check. And now I have a question. What happens after bishop e6?
I've seen a very interesting comment in the chat that someone would put all his money, well, not all his money, but my money is on the end of a perfect streak for Gukesh. Would you put your money on a perfect score for Gukesh?
Well, the thing about streaks, they end at some point. Everybody loves them. They're fantastic, but it's simply, I mean, they end at some point. Unfortunately, I'm not saying it's going to be today, but Shakhriyar is doing really good. I mean, I guess bishop e6 should be following. Can we put it on the board? Bishop e6. I want to trade off the rooks.
Let's say trade them all?
I'm sorry?
Should we trade them all?
No, e5 first, e5. Let's try to pretend we're ambitious. And after rook d6, if you're going to take with the other rook, yeah, then everything disappears, most likely. Rook d8, and somehow this is leading to a draw, somehow. But maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for Gukesh to be ambitious. And after the first trade on d6, so bishop e6, e5, rook d6, maybe he can take with a pawn. And now that's a pass pawn. Again, the big question, right? Is this strength? Is this a weakness? Very responsible decision here, Alessia, because if I play, let's say, king b6, I want to, let's say king d7, we have to show it first. Let's say king d7, which is a super bad move. Yeah, knight e4. And now you start to have these ideas. Yeah, exactly. Knight c5, knight g5, it just doesn't look right to me. So that's why I think you want to play first instead of king b7 and king b6.
And here the king is controlling the key square on c5. And so, yeah, still there are some ideas with knight e4, but my feeling is that with all these pieces very close to that pawn, I'm not sure if that pawn will have a long life there on d6.
Yeah, this pawn on d6 might eventually fall. And that's why here Gukesh is thinking, I mean, how do I continue fighting here? How?
By the way, the move bishop e6 is on the board as predicted. So we are probably either going to see, I mean, the move e5 has to happen. But if all the rooks are getting exchanged, Arthur, is this really just a dead draw, or is there some potential to keep fighting?
No, I don't think it's a dead draw. It's just equal. Black has 4 advanced pawns at the queen side. Think about next moves, knight b7, knight c5. White still is going to activate the king. King d2, king e3, G4, F5. It's just equal endgame. I wouldn't be surprised if this game is going to finish in a draw.
Yeah, I see the chat is writing Kit Kat Gambit, but Jack didn't sacrifice any pawn here. I don't see any sacrifice overall. He's actually
There's
holding.
a problem. There's a problem. If Gukesh draws this, his performance is going to be only about 3,100, something like that. I'm not sure that's acceptable. Of course.
You think that's not good?
No, of course
maybe
not.
We should tell him.
I mean, he is currently doing a performance 33.66, right? I mean, dropping a couple of hundred of points in performance, getting to something like 3,000 levels. Of course, it's completely unacceptable, right? And you want to keep your score perfect. So, I mean, of course, I'm joking here, right?
Honestly, I think you're joking, but I know these talented guys are super ambitious. So I think he doesn't want to make a draw here. He wants to win. And I'm sure that he's thinking there because he knows that he can just exchange the rooks and this is just an end game that he can draw. But I'm sure that he's sitting there and he's taking time to think because for him, a draw is not enough. He wants to fight for more. He wants more. You know, it's Thursday. He wants blood on the board, of course.
Maybe he's distracted by the Kit Kats, you know? He's looking there and this Kit Kats is conveniently placed.
Maybe he wants to eat it. Should imagine Gukesh just stealing the Kit Kat and eating instead of Shug. That would be a funny move.
Yeah, it would be a scandal. Let's move on. Let's check the next game, maybe.
Yes, let's go to board number 2. We have Mamedyarov versus Nihal Sarin. And wow, this position looks much more complex. Many pieces on the board, bishop pair by both sides. The king are castled both on the king side, and there is this, as you said before, the pawn ambitious move by Nihal Sarin, G5 and F4.
Mamedyarov just made a very nice yawn. I mean, I don't know what he was doing in the previous evening. Maybe he was preparing the entire night for this very important match. And now seeing Mamedyarov on the screen, I remember how I prepared against Mamedyarov in 2016 Olympiad when Team Latvia was supposed to play the next day against Team Azerbaijan. And let's just put it this way. I prepared the entire evening. Our team captain was checking the lines entire night. I did another prep in the morning. And then during the game, we're blitzing out the first 25, 30 moves or so. So one thing you're not seeing over the board is the prep they're doing, the very hard work. Don't think they're chilling. They're not chilling between the games, right? It's very hard work. And when you're fighting for the Olympiads at the highest, like he's yawning there, it's just a very tough schedule. I mean, play the game, dinner, preparation, team discussion, your captain or team coach is preparing lines in the morning, preparation, breakfast, game, dinner, preparation, etc. It goes on, and that's a tough moment to be there. So I think Team Azerbaijan is definitely a very serious, motivated team, and I think that they're giving everything possible to score medals here in the Olympiad.
I think we are at a very critical moment of this game. If you see the live camera feeds, Mamedyarov already hates its Kit Kat. You look, we have the full screen of the camera, and you already use this secret chocolate bar. And so I think that now we are going to see a big move by him. I mean, now or never anymore.
Yeah, and the position is pretty complex. So you look at the clock. You're not seeing it right now, but the clock is that Sarin is still in quite a prep. So I'm not surprised. And Sarin's knowledge about, I'm sorry, not Sarin, it's Mamedyarov. My apologies. I mistook the colors. So it's Mamedyarov who is still within the prep. Yeah, and now he's trying to figure out how to continue next. This F4, I think it was prepared for this game. And I think his idea is at some point to snatch the bishop on E5 and collect the pawn on D4 somehow. How do you do that? Remains to be seen. I mean, how do you do that, by the way? I want to take on d4. I want to play bishop b1, somehow attack the pawn on d4, and there you go. I have a monster bishop on the long diagonal. The game is super unclear. It reminds me, to be honest, Alessia, some sort of a what am I talking about? King's Gambit.
Yeah, maybe you could do this idea. You could execute by taking on e5, then queen f2, and then bishop f4, c4, sorry. And then the pawn on d4 is hanging.
Maybe just start with queen f2. Maybe that is more not
Like
revealing
preparation, yeah, not giving away anything.
Exactly. So, all right.
Is queen f2 a big enough move for you after the kid cut?
Queen f2 is a move I would definitely consider, Alessia.
Okay. All right, let's move to board number 3. And we have a Pragg with the white pieces. I'm curious to see. Oh, okay, guys, here the kid cut is not even touched, not even started. So probably we still didn't reach the critical moment of this game. What about this position? Is white to move?
Visually, white is slightly better. And again, a never-ending discussion. Is the isolated pawn on d5 a weakness or strength? So black voluntarily created him as a weakness on d5. I think so, at least, so that he has a healthy piece development. And now white is thinking about, how do I capitalize on the weakness on d4? I'm talking about moves like e3, knight e2, and knight e4. Or maybe e3, knight b5, attacking the pawn on a6, and knight e4. So my idea about the isolated pawn, I want to block it and then attack later.
Yeah, and look at the time situation. This is one of the few matches where the clock is really similar. We have 37 versus 44 minutes, and we are at move 18. So all in all, it seems like a normal time management. Last board for India, and then we will move to some interesting matchup. I saw some suggestion in the chat. We will go to see many more games pretty soon. Ooh, endgame here, bishop pair, as we predicted.
So far, I think Abbasov hasn't achieved much, because right after the opening, he got 2 bishops, kept the rook on the board so that he can outmaneuver his opponent. And now I see that he simply has a weakness on d3. Not sure what to show for that. I'm not sure how that happened, but he's trying to open the position. Maybe this was part of the plan. Maybe he did it voluntarily, but he wants to play d4. He wants to take on c5, open the diagonals for the Daxwa bishop, and maybe somehow get to the queenside pawns b6, a5 with the Daxwa bishop.
I want to jump to the next matchup between Armenia and Uzbekistan, and that's board 1. It seems like a bit messy. Last move was knight g4, and it's clear that this pawn on c6 can be captured at any point, probably even now. My question is, where is the knight on g4 going? What is the idea? The knight was probably on f3, and then it went on h2, and a few moves later on g4. That's an interesting maneuver. Where is that knight going?
Normally, I think the knight is heading to e3, e3 d5, or e3 c4, because on f3, in the starting square, there were no jumps. Again, we go back to the starting position where the knight is on f3, right? So a couple of months ago. So the knight is on f3. It's not doing anything. I mean, there's no jumps. Knight e4, knight e5, knight g5, knight e4 makes no sense. So good players, what they're doing, they're just improving the pieces. They feel very good this moment when you have to improve your pieces. So knight h2, knight g4 is not only knight e3, it also brings some tactical ideas with bishop takes on h6, g takes, and knight f6 check. I mean, probably it's difficult to blunder, but something like this along the way could be definitely an idea. I'll look at the bishop on b3, by the way, for white. It's conveniently pinning the pawn on f7. So maybe with so many pieces, bishop on b3, bishop d2, knight g4, something could happen on the king side.
Yeah, I want to see, there is a game that chat is suggested. So let's go to see what is happening here. We have Shiro. My memory about Shiro is that he's a player that is able to put fire on the board. He is super aggressive, and I've seen beautiful game from his side. I think there is even a book he wrote as his fire on the chessboard.
Right. Definitely, he is one of the creative players in the circuit. This is some sort of a Miranda variation. I think he is one of the world's greatest experts in the line. At least I think so. Visually, it looks like we got there to see.
All
So
right.
here,
I
right.
think, I'm sorry, Arthurs, for interrupt. I think it's another break time. And as soon as we will come back, we will see what Team USA is doing. Are they coming back today with a convincing victory or not? We will see this after a short break. See you soon.
See you soon.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman,
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
and what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, you know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who beat who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With 3 top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome back. I'm Alessia Santero, Women FIDE Master from Italy, and I'm here today with Grandmaster Artur Nikšans. Our focus today is on the let's have a look at the standings.
Yeah, let's check it out. So here you see Team Armenia right now is leading the charge after yesterday's insane match against first team of India. We have 2 teams behind them, spearheaded by the youngest generation, young generation, some of the best stars in the world, second team of India and Team Uzbekistan.
Where are USA, Arturs?
Well, then we have to go to the next page, check, and there you go. Team USA, after the shocking loss last round against second team of India, 1-3 now. They're down to the last place. And of course, the big question, which is in everybody's mind, can they still make it to the medals?
And here we see big screen, the live camera from Chennai, the USA board fighting in order to come back. And the question is, can they fight for a medal? The answer is yes, but they need now to prove that they can win. And let's see what Caruana is doing. Caruana having a very hard time up to this point. Now he's playing with the black pieces against Grandmaster Master Vasilis. And this black to move. He is now thinking. You see both players out on the board. And
it's really interesting, right, Alessia? Because look at the position. White has a beautiful knight on d5. White has the better pawn structure. And somehow black is better. And the question is, why? How? It's got to be something to do with the open G file, and that black has quite some space advantage. And I'm thinking about, yeah, something like bishop f8. The knight on d5 is beautiful, and that's where it ends. And black is pretty active. The open G file is there. Bishop g4 is a threat. I like black's position.
What is the next move? Is probably removing the bishop? Bishop f8 could be the next move.
Yeah. Bishop f8 looks very reasonable because the bishop on g7 is doing much. And on f8, it's protecting the pawn on d6, opening the g file. That looks very logical.
Should we move to board number 2 then? I see that just Wesley is sitting on the board. His opponent is up somewhere. So maybe Wesley's under pressure.
Right. Let's do that.
Oh, actually, no, sorry. It's my to move here. Wesley's still sitting on the board because probably the next move is going to be an obvious move. Probably rook captures on e1. And so Wesley's already preparing the next move. So let's pretend that the move rook e1 is happening. What do you think is Wesley will be Wesley's next move?
I mean, black is totally fine, but the question is, how is Wesley supposed to win this? Because white's pawn structure is slightly inferior to black's, but obviously rook takes on e1 is going to follow, and bishop b4 is the next move. So white is pretty active. I don't know. I mean, I would say that most likely black is doing fine, but not more than that.
Oh, there is a tactical combination here. You could take on d5, because if pawn take, you take the queen. And so maybe this could lead to a lot of pieces getting exchanged.
Exactly. That's a good point. Queen d5. Also, the same knight e5 could lead the same idea. A lot of pieces getting traded. I mean, queen d5 looks fancier, right, Alessia? So queen d5 looks really beautiful. So
if you see that you can leave a queen hanging for a pawn, I think you're obliged to do it if it's the same if you take with the knight. Also, you're forcing the queen exchange. And in the long run, maybe having an extra pawn on the queen side could be a good potential for Wesley.
Right. So let's just continue this line. Let's say I take on d5 with the queen. Take it. Take it. And something like bishop c4 or knight c4.
I really like to move bishop c4 because you're basically forcing to exchange the bishop, right? Yeah. Because if you move the bishop on b1, well, thank you very much. Black will have an extra pawn. Of course, white has the bishop here, but is it enough compensation here?
Yeah, definitely. And after bishop c4, white would have to face a tough choice. I mean, maybe take on c4, allowing black to target weaknesses on a3 and d5. How do you play? Bishop c1, yeah, protect the pawn. Rook d8. Rook d1. And b5. Black is just bare.
Oh,
because
yeah.
The pawn on d5 is weak. I'm thinking about f6 or f5, king f7, a5, b4, b3. Well, it's good for black. Maybe what white has to do after bishop c4 is play bishop a5.
So let's go back. Bishop e4.
Yeah, here. Maybe try to liquidate to a draw. I mean, bishop a5, bishop a2, it's going to cost a pawn. But could be drawish. And now play something active like bishop c3 or bishop b4. I'm not sure, really. Black is going to collect the pawn on d5 and rook e7. Maybe this is a draw, but I mean, it's very difficult to go there, right? And while we're talking about that, Alessia, maybe let's have a look at Team USA's profile and try to talk a little bit about their chances getting to the third place, because they are 2 match points behind from the bronze medals. Right now, 3 rounds to go until then.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold, as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well-positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
It's incredible how strong this USA team is. I'm sure that there is lots of pressure because they are here to win. And now the question is, are they actually going to fight for it, or do they just still have chance for a medal? What do you think is the atmosphere after yesterday in Team US?
It's probably, at least yesterday, it was at the lowest point. I think there's no need to pretend that, right? I mean, because they had this very painful match against Armenia. They slipped the victory due to Sam Shankland's incredible blunder at the 6th hour. And then the painful loss yesterday. It's not, I don't think it's a big secret, right? So I wonder what was the discussion in the meeting room between the Team USA. I think they definitely were discussing what's going wrong, what they should change. And I find it amazing that Fabi is still playing. He wants to help the team, and this is what a team leader should do, right? You feel, I mean, the game is not going for you, and you're still there. Because the easy way out is, listen, I'm tired. I'm so fed up with all of this. Give me a break, right? I just want to rest. I mean, I played so much chess lately. It's not going for me. Just give me a break. But then again, who is going to play, right? Because all for Samuel, in his fresh memory, is the painful loss against Hovhannisyan. And you just have to keep the game going and come back. So this is where you got to show your fighting spirit, and Fabi should be really praised for doing it. He is clearly not in the best shape. Talking about the medals, I think should be still theoretically, let's use this word, theoretically possible, because we go see the rankings. The 3rd place and 2nd place, Team India and Uzbekistan, they're 2 match points ahead of Team USA. And there you go, we checked. The Team USA is 12 points behind them. And the problem, most likely, is the tie breaks. Because you might remember the Team USA, yeah, there you go, 19 small points versus India's and Uzbekistan's 25.5. That's what? I mean, that's 6.5 point difference, right? It's going to be tough. So maybe what Team USA needs to do right now is just take one small step at a time. Don't think about the big picture. Just go out there, play some good chess. And Fabi right now, he's just maybe not even thinking about all of that. Maybe that was what they discussed in the team discussion with the team captain. Just play some good chess. Don't think about the medals, because Fabi did say that anything but the gold medal is going to be a disappointment in the Olympiad, right? So, I mean, there's that. But still, I mean, you have to get it fighting. And maybe if everything goes well in the final round, they still might have some chances to get a bronze, maybe silver, I don't know, but looks quite difficult to achieve. Alessia, what do you think about that?
I think the risk when you start like a big favorite as USA was, so USA is that you see the goal, you see we want to get the gold medal, but then emotion the pressure is big, the pressure is there, and things are not easy. All the other team are clearly super motivated against Team US. We all know that US was and is still the team to beat, and so they are always there fighting with every percentage of their possibilities. So it's always tough. I think you said something very important there. At the end, the most important thing is to take it step by step, not to overthink, not to think what after the tournament, what is happening, not the placement, but at the end is step by step. Make the best move possible at every moment during your game. And this is what at the end will help them mostly.
Right. And while we're talking about Team USA, let's go maybe to Levon's game. There's something going on there.
Levon, what is happening there? Rook G5 just played, and there is a knight under attack on C3. Is this a free piece?
Rook G5? What is that? Just a second. What's the purpose of this move? Just a second. What's the purpose of Rook G5? I mean, obviously the game is a complete mess, right? I mean, we see the bar. Okay. Yeah, the bar is
low. There is the idea, no? After pawn take, you want to play Queen F7 and give mate on G8 or G7. So it's maybe this the idea.
So why do you need Rook G5 for that? You know, that's the first question. Why not play Queen F7? Can you play a move back? Was there something standing on G5? Maybe it was just a pawn grab. No, it was a pawn grab. What about Queen F7 now? I slightly don't follow this. Rook G5 feels so weird.
I'm not sure that the live board is that one. Yeah, I see from the live camera feeds, there is a rook there on G5. So that's definitely what happened. There is a rook there on G5.
Wait, but what happens after Queen F7?
Instead of Rook G5, you mean?
Yeah, Queen F7, the obvious choice, right? Is there something wrong with this? So the same threats, like I just said.
There is maybe Queen H6 check.
Yeah, and if I go back, something like King
B2 or
no, King B2 is with a check. So King B1. So what happens now? How do you? Yeah, I see the bar. Of course, the bar is laughing at us. Maybe Bishop E6. There you go.
Oh, Bishop E6 is just
E6?
protecting everything. And then
Yes,
the knight is hanging on C3.
Yeah, Black is just doing great. So this must be the reason why Levon played Rook G5, I guess, to stop Queen H6 coming with a check. But it looks so weird.
Okay.
And if I just take the piece, that's a mate, right? Queen F7, that's a mate on the board. Yeah, that's a mate.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
okay.
I slipped a queen.
There you go.
Mouse slip, Queen F7, and this is inevitable. Okay, so there is a trick there, and now Armenia on the left board is looking at the fourth board, what Dominguez is doing. It seems like he's in the comfort zone. Of course, we know, we see the bar right now, and we see that after Rook G5, things are not too good for white. But when you are at the chessboard, you might think, I'm a genius, I'm stopping the check on H6, and I'm threatening Queen F7. And so we're still struggling to understand why this is not good. Of course, we see the bar and we say something shouldn't go right, but at the chessboard is a completely another story. And the reason could be so...
something human.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop D7. What happens then? That's the most human move I can think of. I want to play Rook F8, the knight on C3 is still under attack. I stop the mate. And now Queen F7? Where does this lead? Again, Queen H6.
But the Queen H6 is leaving the bishop on D7 hanging, no? But the rook is also hanging.
G5 is attack with a check. No, Queen H6 again, you see? It's so easy to make mistakes. And that's why, again, I think it's very important also for the viewers to remind that, don't focus on the bar, right?
Yeah.
The bar sometimes come up with some crazy moves. So imagine in current starting position, the best move for Black is some insane move, which is simply something that the human mind is impossible to pick up. Try making the human moves, how the opponent would play, and suddenly the bar is just shifting left and right. That being said, black is up a pawn, right? If you go to the current position, the white king is weak, the black king is weak, but black is up a pawn. So bishop d7 looks very normal, and I have no idea what happens after queen f7, to be honest. Maybe, listen, Alessia, check this out. Queen f7, queen f8. What about this move?
Oh, with the idea that if you take on d7, there is queen f4 check.
Very good. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, my first idea was to play queen h6, but now that I see this queen f8, which protects from the mate, this is very human. This is what I would probably choose. I would check d takes on c3. I would check something else. A queen f8 with a queen f4 trick for a good grandmaster. This is should be able to pick up.
And what is white doing then? Then you need to take the queen and then move the knight away, no?
Yeah, and then black is just up a pawn, just like that. So the queens are gone, and maybe here Levon needs to be super careful. The pawn on h3 is under attack. The pawn on f2 is under attack, and black already is up a pawn. So Levon is in trouble. I think if here Teodoro is going to pick up bishop d7, and queen f8, they're doing very good. But by the way, what was the mistake after queen h6? I don't really follow what the bar was saying why queen h6 was a mistake. I mean, bishop d7.
Let's go back there. So queen h6.
Yeah, why this is a mistake, because this is also a move I would consider. No, it's also good, right?
Right, and maybe f4?
Yeah, maybe this is also good, because I think I saw the bar also didn't like it. So yeah, also queen h6 is working fine, but queen f8 is more forcing, because queen f8, you're attacking the queen. Queen h6, you're pinning the rook, which might be protected, keeping the queens on the board. Queen f8 just forces queens off the board.
Chat says that there is maybe after queen h6, there is queen f4, which is threatening rook g8.
Oh,
Incredible.
that's a beautiful move.
Look
Yeah,
at
well
this.
spotted. Well spotted. I didn't see this move. Yeah, rook g8, beautiful idea.
Look at this. Okay, there is a move on the board. And this h6. Oh my god, just hitting. And this shows how hard it is to evaluate this position. We're here, yeah, we see there is something, but this position are super complex. The threat of queen f7 was real, and now the pawn is attacking the rook.
I don't understand. I mean, h6 is a move which is probably linked by taking the piece next. So if I play something like rook g3, is this what Teodoro calculated? And now queen f7, there's no mate somehow? How there's no mate? How there's no mate? I don't get it.
Oh my god.
Bishop g4 something? I don't get it. What's the idea? I mean, what? I mean, bishop and then queen f8, really? This is not how humans play.
Yeah, that's not at all. Oh wait, you take with the rook?
Or yeah, and queen f8. That's the only move, I think, how to keep the position together. But it just looks so artificial. And I wonder what was wrong with bishop d7. There's nothing wrong, right? I mean, bishop d7.
There is nothing wrong, probably.
Yeah, your king is exposed. You want to bring the queenside pieces. Strange decision by Teodoro. You know, I don't understand. Neither does the bar, to be honest. I mean, now it's back to equal. I mean, if you go back to the starting position, bishop d7 looked very natural to me. I guess he saw something. Maybe he saw ghosts. Yeah, one thing we could talk about that, Alessia, is very often when you are defending, you start to see things which are not there at all, right? You start to see some funny ideas. So maybe he just completely didn't see this queen f8 at all. So if you don't see queen f8, you can't do that. You simply can't do that physically. You can't go for this line. This queen f8, queen f4. I thought that was not very difficult, to be honest, but somehow it escaped his attention.
I saw somebody from the chat suggesting queen h5 here, but unfortunately, I think this move doesn't work. There is a check on f4, which is then capturing the rook. So again, position is complex. I think the move Levon is calculating, but you see, Levon is there sitting at the board with two hands on his forehand. Is a typical position that the chess player are using to think, and I think he didn't expect this move h6.
You know, Alyssa, I think it's very often like this, and probably the majority of chess professionals are going to agree with me. You sit there, you calculate the line for like, let's say 15, 20 minutes, you play the move, and it's like, eureka moment. You see everything that is wrong with your move. It just, I don't know, it's some kind of magic. It's like somebody turns on the light, and boom, everything is so clear to me because I was calculating all of this beautiful lines which are now completely ridiculous because they just don't work. And maybe this could be also happening in Levon's game because you play something like rook g4, you calculate some beautiful lines. Oh wait, what do I do after bishop d7, queen f8, right? And by default it happens after you press the clock. I mean, it's just, I don't know, how do you explain that, Alessia? Have you experienced it yourself?
Well, yeah, for sure. Sometimes we are one thing that I did in order to improve my calculation was rather to think deep, to think wide. And this was one suggestion that Air Grandmaster gave me to, after one move, you need to shortly check a wide range of options. And then bishops are, the bishop on d7 moves is for sure coming in mind if you
Alessia, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's a major development right now in the team match Lithuania against Germany. The fourth board, there's something crazy going on. We are being told, so I guess we have to get there right now. What is this?
Oh, we are there, and this position is black to move, and there's a rook under attack. What is happening here?
Black has sacrificed a piece, right? So team Germany had a rough start because they lost one of the early matches against Austria. They were giving Vincent Keimer, their team leader, one of the world super talents, who is still, how old is Vincent? 17 years old, I think, right now, right? So here, f4, yeah, looks very good. But talking about the team Germany, they're climbing up. But I find it to be very surprising to see Team Lithuania, our brother country. For Team Latvia, Lithuania, we are usually we have very close relationship, and I'm very happy to see them doing well. So they have a great team of young grandmasters like. Just a second. I'm going to open the complete roster to lead you. Tomas Laurusas, I think he's top board. Titas Trimavičius, Paulius Pultinavičius. This is the youngest generation of new chess professionals coming from Lithuania. They're young, they're motivated, they're strong. So here, f4 would lead to a total mess, and Valery Kozakowski here could make an upset.
Arthur, I'm struggling to understand. Here I see 3 pieces for white and 2 just for black. So black is a piece down. Additionally, there is a rook under attack. So my first instinct would say, I need to move my rook away. Instead, you're saying, oh, to move f4 is forcing the queen to retreat, and probably the queen will go on e2. And my question is, okay, but now what's next? Black is having a piece down, and I think black needs to prove something here.
Maybe it's immediate f3, you know, I'm not sure. This is such a crazy position. I mean, f3, queen g5, knight f4 ideas start up here under the horizon. You have to calculate that. Can we push it now f3? Is this possible? I mean, maybe we don't have to. We just go away with the rook. So f3 is knight f3. That's a problem, right?
Because then the knight on d2 would also be hanging. So you cannot take just with the pawn. Actually, even e6 is hanging.
Right.
So that's...
So let's say we don't do that.
Now.
We don't do that. I just remove the rook. Let's say just play rook b8. Just play rook b8. And I have a feeling that black's attack is still pretty strong. Maybe knight e4, try to bring more pieces in the game. And there could be some craziness like bishop h3, you know? I don't know what this is. I mean, I like sacrificing pieces which are not my own. So bishop h3, gx on h3, and use your imagination, really. I mean, I don't know. Queen
I don't know,
h4.
queen h4, queen g5,
Yeah.
queen f6, even good.
Yes.
Just
Very
pointing
good.
at the knight and the rook.
Very good, combined with the threat to win the knight on d4, f3, queen g6. You know, I caught myself many times to this thought that I'm very good at giving the ideas, very bad to calculate them, right? So you see all of these amazing ideas from the black's perspective, but somebody has to calculate them.
In the meantime, f4, the only move that was giving black advantage has been played. Oh my god! Queen take d3?
Wow. Does it even tactically work? Just a second. Obviously, White is super impressed by the piece sacrifice, so we just have to accept the queen. It's no-brainer, right? Let's just take the queen.
Yeah, that's unexpected. I mean, at the end, if we count the situation now on the board, we see that White is actually still have lots of material for the queen. A rook, a bishop, a rook and 2 knights. What?
Just a second, I'm gonna checkmate White. F3, there you go. Boom. Can I do that? F3, knight x
and
on
if
F3.
knight take f3, you take with the rook.
Yeah, if we sacrifice, we sacrifice, right? G takes on f3, and now play something like queen f6, bring the queen again, attack the rook, bishop h3, queen f3. This looks incredibly strong.
Ooh, wow. That's Arthur's. Maybe we missed something, because why did White fail to sacrifice the queen here? If queen e2, is there maybe a queen g5 immediately, threatening bishop take h3?
I don't know. I mean, I could take the rook on b4, and after f3,
Yeah.
knight f3, the queen on g5 is under attack. Bishop h3. I mean, what do you want me to say? It's a complete mess. I mean, f3 maybe? There's no mate? I don't know.
And if there is no mate, then you don't want to give away all this material. Yes.
If there's no mate, it's curtains for black.
By the way, like, guys, look what is happening. The queen sacrifice, a 4 sacrifice. And now f3 is on the board as Arthur predicted. So is this going to be finished in a few moves if black is pulling out an incredible attack together with the queen?
I think White is just busted. Because if I spotted this in half a minute, this entire line of f3, rook f3, queen f6, all of these are very human moves, because sometimes, you know, when you see that agents really prefer one or the other player, you have to pick up some crazy moves. This is very natural. f3, I mean, you start the attack at the king side, f5, f4, f3, bishop h3, queen f6. These are very human moves. So I find it quite difficult to believe that black is not going to find it, unless, of course, he's going to see something else, maybe better, and go there. So I would say that Kazakowski is taking down Dmitry Kolar's.
Wow.
Nice. Nice result. Not so nice for Team Germany, but I'm happy for my brother country, Lithuania, right? They're doing well. I just want to talk about that, by the way, Alessia. Did we get the chance to look at this game of Eric Hansen playing against our top board, Team Latvia? We talked about that, but I think we couldn't pull up the game at the time.
So Eric Hansen, guys, is one of the first streamers that streamed chess on Twitch. He's probably the father of all the chess streamer, and probably also because he adopted many in chess. But he was the first one, together, of course, with Alman, to create a super successful channel, the Chess Bra. We give them a big shout out. And what is happening here? What is he doing today?
I mean, black has way too many pawns for the piece. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3 pawns, an exposed king. I'm not very totally. Oh, wait, it's not. I mean, it's just 3 pawns. Oh my goodness, then it's very bad. I was calculating that it's 3 pawns for the piece. Now I calculate, no, there's no piece.
Oh, there are 2 pieces. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, then things are super bad for Tom's. And actually, you know, Tom Cantons, of course, I know him very well. He was my student many years ago. Now he is the top board of Team Latvia. Having a good tournament so far, 6 out of 8, almost 26 performance. But I mean, still, he has not made a single draw in the tournament, by the way. 6 wins, 2 losses. And he's playing against Ari Council, like you said, the founder of Chess Prague, one of the godfathers of chess streaming. Very interesting matchup. But as a Latvian, I'm not very happy to see Tom failing this game.
Yeah, and I was looking shortly at the profile picture of Ari Hansen in a there's an emoticon that is called based, very elegant on this profile picture here.
Right. All right, Black is winning. Well done for Eric Hansen and everybody who is cheering for Team Canada. Yeah.
I can try to check other boards so we can get an idea what is going on in the Canadian team. And we have already a result. These are not good news for you because we see that Panyvani from Team Canada already won against Grandmaster Miezes from Latvia.
Yeah. They're suffering. Team Canada is beating us again. How dare you? How dare you do that again? We lost to Team Canada in 2016 Olympiad. I think it's going to happen again. All right, let's just select another match. It's painful to watch it.
I don't know. I want to see shortly what board 3 is doing in Latvia. So to see if you have a chance to shortly come back. Here we have an end game. And what is your feeling?
Black is slightly better, I guess. A bit of pawn structure. The pawn on f4 is weak. Probable outcome, draw.
Okay, so this is probably enough for us to understand that things are not are going very well for Canada, not so well for Team Latvia.
Not so well, no.
Okay, I want to shortly go back what is happening to Aronian. We have some update. This game is crazy. And after the move rook g3, the move played by Black is bishop on a6. Well, the bishop is getting developed. The rook is controlling now the g8 square. And now, can White still play the move queen f7?
Queen f7, queen f8. Again, this is the response. And I think that Teodoro is going for this. He now spots the queen f8 as a resource. The bishop on h6 is stopping knight e2. But maybe this is somehow still drawn. If I play knight e2, I guess he wants to take on e2. Otherwise, wait. Yeah, I was thinking about including some move like queen f8. I'm not sure if I have to do that. Queen f8 is knight f4, by the way, very dangerous. Yeah, so bishop e2 has to be played. Queen e2, and maybe Aronian can escape from this.
Yeah, because I was certainly looking, free pawn, but then there is a very quick checkmate, and this means that this position, even if Black is currently having one extra pawn and they pass pawn on d4, that is not so easy, and the reason is that this king is very vulnerable.
Right. So again, Levon is going to escape, I think, with a scare. He has an amazing class, so even if you get the better position against Aronian, doesn't mean you're still, the job is done. Because
in the meantime, I wanted to ask chat to suggest us some games if you think they are exciting and they deserve to be watched. I want to shortly go back to what is going on between Gukesh, the Indian hero, playing today against Chuck from
there's some progress for White, a progress of about this. I mean, there's very minor progress there, but I have a feeling that White's pawns at the king side are moving, and Gukesh is getting something. So I'm thinking, obviously, king d4. Centralize the king, and king d6, because king e5 cannot be allowed. And now the big question is, at which moment should White play h3 g4? Should he even play h3, g4? Because the pawn majority for black dictates that he should create a pass pawn at the king side. While black's pawns at the queen side, they're static. They're not doing anything at all. So comparing the position we had after Shock traded both rooks, this does feel an improvement. For what?
Oh my God, are you telling me that there are chances for Gukesh to pull the extra Gukesh with a 9 out of 9?
Extra Gukesh. Yeah, I think it's just going to be a Gukesh, but 9 out of 9. But yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? I still believe that black is super solid, but suddenly there's something going on. Because after those rooks were gone, I was a bit afraid that this game excitement is going to disappear very quickly. Now, I think we are still going to see some action here.
Again, Mamedyarov is not at the chessboard, and Gukesh is thinking, taking time. Let's jump to board number 2. I see a strong knight on d6. This knight is a monster.
Mamedyarov is playing a great game so far, and all of this came with this incredible idea in the opening, f4, which I haven't really seen before. I mean, maybe somebody had played it. So he had prepared some very deep idea against Sarin, and now he has this beautiful knight, like you said, pawn majority at a queen side. Definitely some better chances, but still it might just not be enough, because you look at black's piece coordination, the knight on e5, bishop e6, they're standing really well. How do you make a breakthrough at a queen side? I mean, you want to play b6, but maybe, oh wait, you cannot play b6 right away. So you want to play b6, a5, create a pass pawn. If you do that, you're very close to winning. But you can't do that, right? And maybe you need one rook at the d file, let's say rook d4, and the other rook goes to b1, and then push b6. That would be my thought process. But maybe there's something wrong with that.
Arthurs, I think that there is something going on in the Caruana game, so probably should shortly go watch what is going on there. Look what happened. There is a rook sacrifice on g2. And after, oh my God, look at this, just rook, boom, taking on g2, king take g2, rook g8 check, the king hiding on f1, and now bishop take on h3, giving a check. Where is the king going? After rook, king e1, what is happening, Arthurs?
I guess the queen is getting trapped, or there's a mate. Can I play something like bishop g2? This could be winning a queen.
And
So you can't
b3,
really go away. Yeah, that's a spectacular mate. Queen h1, king e2, f3. Extra points for style.
Oh, let's go. Well, it's not yet made because white can sacrifice a pawn, but yeah, if you can sacrifice a queen, but that's so beautiful. Oh my God, thank you so much, chat, for the suggestion. This game is on fire right now.
Yeah, great find there. And king e2 is allows black to win the queen on the spot, bishop g4. You know, Alessia, what I think this means? This is exactly what Team USA needs right now. They need their leader to step up and show what he's capable of, right? Fabi is not mere number 14 in the world rankings list. He's one of the best players in the world. Clearly slightly out of the shape, but he's still extremely dangerous. Actually, I'm very happy from the USA's perspective to see him fighting back. Maybe it's bad news for Team Greece, of course, very young, talented team, but I'm happy to see Fabi finally feeling the game. And maybe, just maybe, this could be the turning point for not only Fabi, but Team USA get back in the game.
Will this be the redemption for Fabiano, the leader of Team USA? I think this is very, very close. Should we have a look at the other game so we get an impression? Your board 2, we have Wesley. So with the white pieces, the game is just loading. I think.
Right. Also, maybe the viewers, if you have again some very interesting insights. So there's like every single one in the chat screen. Check out this game. Check out this game. You have to see that. Of course, we're going to do that, but most of the time. We simply have to choose because every single round there's about 1,500 games going on right now. So your help is really appreciated.
I think we had this endgame similar a few days before. And what we were saying is that, of course, Black Wesley has an extra pawn here. It's very tough, this endgame. Would you like to explain why it's hard to win this one?
I'm not sure if this is actually a draw, because usually these endgames are drawish, but that is with the A pawn. With the B pawn, they're not really so well researched, but at least what I can see is that White has the rook behind the pass pawn, which is the best defense, on the 7th rank to keep an eye on F7 pawn. But I feel that Black has managed to do a very important thing, and that is playing G5. So if you play G5 early, White cannot play H4. Push forward aggressively those pawns and then run with the king towards this pass pawn. So G5 is like stopping White's H4 idea, because after G takes, maybe this is going to be a target. So what Wesley is looking here, he's looking for a way to transfer the king towards the queen side and securing those pawns at the king side. So I'm talking about king F6, king E6. I don't know what you do with F pawn. Maybe rook B8, rook B1, my apologies. B5, B4, B3, and then run with the king towards the B2 square.
We need to shortly go back to Caruana again, because what we predicted is actually happening on the board. King on E1, and now bishop G2, and the queen is nearly trapped. Queen D3 didn't happen, of course. We saw the mate already, and the move played is Queen D3, and this is a very bad news for Team Greece, because now the queen can be...
Team USA as well.
Yeah, the queen is captured. Caruana, we can see, took the queen. And now, I mean, there is an extra queen for a rook and the knight. But the worst news is that the attack is not yet over.
Right, so now it goes to the technical phase. Black is having a lot of extra material. So White, what he's trying to do is trying to set up some kind of a fortress. Fortress, this means a position that you cannot crash through. King E2, rook D3, bishop B3, A3, sit, and duck. I mean, that's all you can do, right? I mean, just do nothing at all. And sometimes it allows to hold a position.
The most obvious move here looks like rook G1, giving a check and maybe exchanging even more material. Is this like Caruana is going to go on?
Right. So part of the converting material advantage is simplifying the position, trading off some pieces, trading rooks, maybe trading the bishops, and then use the queen to conquer more pawns.
We'll see. So some technique required. Caruana has 32 minutes on the clock, enough time to bring this result home. Let's go to board 3, which already saw as also a very promising endgame. And let's go one more time back to Armenia, that has this incredible position. He played actually Queen F7, and Queen F8 was played. And now another interesting move, Queen to C7. Again, that knight is hanging on C3.
So he's offering a draw. The point is d takes on C3, that's perpetual check. Queen E5 check, King H7, and Queen C7. So there's no way to avoid it. Apparently, Black already has a draw in the pocket. And no, this is really tricky because, I mean, obviously, I think Theodoro has to suspect his position is good. At the same time, this is a match strategy. So you are normally, when you're entering against a favorite and you're playing with a black color, what's your goal? Play a draw, right? It's not a big secret. If you try to hold, your white color is trying to win. But then you start to see that the first board is losing against Fabi Caruana. So obviously you have to play on, right? I mean, if you want your team to succeed after queen c7, I don't think that Teodoro is going to accept a draw, unless, of course, I don't know what's happening in other boards, but he's going to seek a way to continue. So how do you avoid a draw? That's a very good question. Maybe rook c8? Rook c8 is queen e5. Maybe queen f6. Looks very solid to me. Easy move, by the way.
Yeah, protecting also the pawn on c6. Still guarding the square on g7, f7. And the question is now, where is this knight going? If queen f6 is now protecting all the checks.
Yeah, that's a great place for the queen. And now your knight is under attack, yeah? What do you do?
Well, you move it. You go somewhere on d1 or on a4, but this doesn't look too promising. I mean, there could even be d3, and then the queen goes towards a1, and now suddenly is white's king that is in danger. And this because this queen here on f6 looks actually having a great spot, protecting, defending the king, but also getting some chance. I like this idea of d3 and then maybe queen a1.
That's a very good point, Alessia. Yeah, and I think maybe Lev's idea is to play knight a4. Knight a4, knight c5 dominate those dark squares. But a king, right? It really matters. Because if the white king was on, let's say, g1, maybe it's actually not so bad. You know, I mean, it's pretty secure. You control the dark squares, the black king is weak, etc. But here, d3 looks like bad news for white. And knight c5 is queen c3 and mate.
And I think that here, Teodoro will really start to look at these moves because he cannot take a draw. As you said, yeah, in a normal game, it could be an idea, but with this position on the board, with Caruana having an extra queen for a rook and a piece, with the endgame of So, where you can just make a draw or to win, and it's not really a question if he should accept the draw or go on. He needs to try to do something for the team. In order to have a complete picture of what is happening, let's have a look shortly at the game of Dominguez. So we see what are the factors that are influencing the third board decision.
So Dominguez has some advantage because he has the powerful Dachshund bishop. And I think this was some kind of a French, was it? I'm not really, or maybe Caracan. Doesn't matter.
It was with Caracan, yeah.
Caracan. Right. So let's go back to the current position. And why this position is just better for white, because white will never trade the Dachshund bishop. So if black is going to play knight c6, I'll just play whatever. Bishop b6, bishop c5, and rely on my space advantage. I mean, if you want to get better at chess, dear viewers, study space advantage. The power of the space advantage, the power of two bishops, you do it slowly, you do it carefully, move by move, grab space, g4, f5, and the problems are coming. So if black is allowed to take on d4, then suddenly the white pawn on c3 is a target.
Arthur, do you see what is the situation on the clock? It's 3 minutes versus 1 hour 12. My question is, are actually this clock accurate, or what is this? How is possible that black has used, it's just more than 1 hour, he has just 2 minutes and is already in time scramble?
I don't believe it's accurate. Unless, of course, I don't know in particular Christos Banikas. I played against him before, but I don't know if he's a big there's this word, setnotchik, yes, meaning the guy who always gets in time trouble, like Grishuk. I don't know, but leaving so little time for so many moves, it's a very dangerous strategy. So I think he actually has more time, and maybe they're going to just update the board. The feed is a bit lagging behind, and I wouldn't be surprised he has more time.
We will check the clock while we go to a break. We will come back. And guys, we are getting to the most exciting moment of this show. Time travel is about to appear in every board. So don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn and see you soon.
It's one of my goals with chess. More people play chess than those that play football. Like millions of people play chess around the world. So why not like, why isn't it more mainstream in terms of like pop culture and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one of my goals with chess, just to make it to where people actually enjoy watching chess and being a part of the chess community.
Coach K says that when you first start the game, you look at that chess piece as you are the king on that board. I got this tattoo approximately a year ago. I got the king piece and my girl got a queen piece. Technically, don't really play unless I come to jail. That's the only time I've really been playing a lot.
We talk trash about who be who garbage.
If they give us the chance to play with the man, I most definitely would.
For me, it was trying to give people not just the skills in this really interesting game, but so that the way they think changed too.
All right, see you in a week. Mr. Scott, behave.
And we are back with the FIDE Olympiad 2022. I'm Women FIDE Master Alessia Santero, and I'm here today with the Grandmaster Artur Snikshans. Talking about USA, why don't we jump to the female section and we go to see what USA team is going in the women's section. We didn't talk at all about them. How are they doing?
Right, so Team USA has quite an impressive lineup. They ranked in the starting rating in the top 10. So far, I believe after 8 rounds, they were ranked in 18th place. So they're a bit struggling. And they don't have really this burden as the men team, right? The men team are seated as the top favorites, the team to beat, so to speak. So Team USA in the women's section don't really have that kind of pressure. They had a rough start, not really doing so well. So maybe let's just have a glimpse and check it out, how they're doing right now.
At the moment, this is the situation in board 1. The material on the board is full. White is having 2 double pawns on the f file, this pawn on f4, on f2. Generally, if we see the position, it seems that white is having more space and more active pieces. What is your impression?
I don't know. I mean, the bishop on g7 is slightly stuck, but I'm actually, if talking about a Team USA chances, if somebody has to be really mentioned about the individual result, it's Gulruk Begim Tokirionova, because she is playing top board. She's not the highest rated player, by the way. And so in case you're wondering if the highest rated players are playing top boards, not always. Tokirionova has a good start. She has 5.5 points out of 7. A very solid performance and doing so far. And everybody else is slightly struggling. So here, I think it's a pretty solid position for black, but I guess it's about ego.
All right, let's move to board 2. We have with the white pieces Irina Crash. She's a chess.com commentator, also grandmaster and very strong player. She has the white pieces today, and in this position from white is an exchange down, so means that white has a knight or a rook, and in compensation there are a few pawns. I think 2 pawns actually, so it's enough compensation probably.
I think white is dominating this. So this was probably an exchange sacrifice by Irina. Having a pawn for the exchange, the knight on c6 is beautiful, the knight on b7 is useless. I think Irina is going to win this game.
Then let's go shortly to board number 3. We have Yip Carissa with the black pieces. She's a young, talented girl from US. She's always a smile on her face. She's a fighter. She also started to stream a bit of time ago, and of course she wants to become one of the strongest player in the world. What is happening? What is going on this board?
Well, if I wouldn't have the bar, I would actually spend some time trying to figure it out. It's a complete mess. Technically, black is down on exchange for the... No, wait, he's not down on exchange. I mean, it's just equal. So what does it mean? It's a pawn for white. Black is going to capture the rook on f2. So I guess a6. You need to keep it alive. A bishop f2. A complete mess.
Yeah, if you take with the queen, is there queen c1 taking the bishop?
Oh, this I missed. So maybe knight x on f2. Also, in addition to a6, maybe white is thinking about how to capitalize on the pin of the knight on d5, the bishop on e6.
You mean in the starting position, in the current position?
Yeah, right here, exactly. So maybe there's something here, something like, again, it's difficult to tell. Maybe queen d1. Maybe there's something like queen d1, bishop f2, knight f2, knight f4, take on e6, knight e6, queen e6, complete mess, right? I think it's a very unbalanced situation, but let's just say that all 3 results are possible.
Yeah, let's move to our last board number 4. We have Armenia with the white pieces. There is a mate threat on g7. Attention.
Yeah, so queen g6 is impossible resource because of knight h7 fork.
This
Right.
happens very often in blitz games.
Right. So you're gonna do that. And since white is attacking, the pawn on g6 needs to be defended. I would rate white's chances slightly higher. Also, there might be some tactical tricks like rook takes on a8. The knight on b4, by the way, is under attack.
Yeah, this rook is now protected also by the bishop, but I was looking shortly, now g6, and then knight h6, king moves away, and then if you take on e6, basically you have to take with the pawn because you cannot take with the bishop due to this tactical combination. The rook would take here, and then the knight would hang. So
Exactly. Something like this could happen. So I guess somehow black is keeping the piece alive after this knight h6 check. So if you go back here, maybe just king g7, so that the knight is always under attack. Yeah, and you could continue playing for the attack, right? I mean, queen h4, knight g4, bishop g5 idea start up behind the horizon. I like Abrahamian's position. I think it's okay. The pawn on d3 is under attack. I don't think it's really relevant right now. Yeah, again, the bar is laughing at me. Okay, I'm getting used to that. But yeah, it's very dynamic, interesting game so far. I would say that Team USA is doing okay. Irina Krush is winning, very close to winning due to the very strong positional grind. Everything else is not so much clear.
let's go back to the top board and see if there will be a kielbasa 9 out of 9 today. This is the current position here. We have an endgame with equal material. There is a bishop for a knight and the 2 double pawns here. If not, the position looks pretty balanced. What do you think, Ardors?
Yeah, it is definitely balanced. So maybe white has some edge. Because of this bishop on c5, it can dominate the knight. And also a factor take into account is that black has double pawns. Maybe it's going to remind you itself at the wrong possible moment. Like, I'm going to keep the bishop obviously in the game. Bishop c5 would be my move. Or maybe even rook c6. You know, I don't know. Let's just play bishop c5. And my big point is, let's say this takes us to the endgame. So I want to play rook e6, take the pawn on a6. And in the endgame, let's say we are left bishop against the knight. You start to see that the pawn on g7 might be a target. So I could play at some point, at some distant future, g4 bishop f8. So if the king runs very quickly towards the center, this pawn on g7 might be a target. And that's why sometimes doubling the pawns is good in the opening, it's good in the middle game, and then it reminds you at the end game that doubling the pawns can have a consequence.
I see. So there could be some long-term problem for black. So maybe Olivia has some chances here. Let's see board number 4, Tanya, with the white pieces. She's also having a very great performance so far in this Olympiad. And right now, she's playing this knight endgame with equal material, but some differences because black has the potential to push and baby and create some pass pawn on the queen side.
That's going to be a draw, I think, in a couple of moves, unless black is ambitious. So king d3, knight e1, king e2, knight c3. I don't see white continuing this to play for more. So white should be happy with a draw. Now, maybe black is ambitious, and black wants to play something like knight e5 and rely on these outside pass pawns on the queen side. But then again, it really depends on the match strategy. So before making such a very responsible decision, what here black should do is get up, go look over the other boards, see how the team is doing. Are we doing good? Because, you know, the worst thing you can do is not play it out and your team loses. That is the absolute worst thing you can do, right? Because, again, this is a team event. All that matters is the team result. And before you make such a very big committal decision, finishing the game in a draw, you want to make sure your team is doing all right. Of course, sometimes it backfires. You see your team is doing great, you agree to a draw, everybody loses. Yeah, we've been there before.
Exactly what Maria did right now. We are seeing the live camera feeds, and Maria just turned her head towards the other board shortly. Now she's back at her position, thinking what she should do, if she should repeat the position or not. Let's have a look at the other board. Let's jump to board number 2. This is the position that we're having on the board. It seems like white is on the driving seats with 2 rooks doubled on the h5, pointing at the pawn on h7. Additionally, there is a rook hanging on e8.
How is this equal? I'm quite surprised because, of course, I have the greatest respect for the knight on f6, rook h6. Somehow there's a mate or something, but there's no mate apparently, right? Who is to move actually here? It's black, right?
No, it's white to move. White can
It's
take
white
the
to
rook
move.
on e8. And I'm super surprised. Like, what after knight take e8, rook take e8, you take the pawn on c6. Maybe white has just 2 weak pawns at the end.
No, this is definitely not equal. White is pressing. White is definitely better. I don't care what the bar is saying. So rook e5, I want to get the pawn on a5. Black establishes some counterplay with the d pawn. Yeah, there you go. One mistake, one normal move, you already made a mistake. So rook c5, I think white is doing really, really good. Unless, of course, here white is ambitious and going for some checkmate ideas, because the knight on f6, you know, Alessia, I can't help but remember this one of the most famous quotes. I thought it belongs to Gary Kasparov, but Yasser several days ago said, no, it's even an older quote. Any piece, any minor piece on the 6th rank is worth a rook. So the knight on f6 is standing wonderfully. And do you want to take the rook or use it for the attack? But already 98 was played.
Yeah. Already this was played. We can see from the live cameras. And soon Arik already took the pawn on c6. Yeah, this is the current position and exactly what we can see also from the live camera feeds. I think we should have a look also at the next board, board number 1, so that we have a full idea. Probably India is pressing right now.
Poland, Poland here is trying to catch up for Team India because they're trailing behind by 2 match points. And here Alina Kashlinskaya has managed to make a very minor progress, super minor progress, meaning the pawn on h6 is weak. So that being said, I don't think Konnaru can go for a pawn endgame. So we remove the rooks from the board. I march with the king on h5. This gives white some very serious chances to do something. Because the pawn on h6 is weak, it's more pawn islands. But if black keeps the rooks on the board, getting the pawn on h6 shouldn't be real. I'm sure that Humpi is going to hold this.
So now, having all the team situation in the picture, do you think, okay, this game ended up in a draw, actually. Yeah, there was a repetition. The decision was taken, and this game ended up in a draw. Tanya Sanchev against Malika Maria made a draw at board 4.
I think it's still a very balanced match. And probably here, Malichka evaluated that team is doing good. Otherwise, you have to simply have to play on, play 95, whatever, right? There's no immediate progress, but you just, when you finish the game, that's it. Obviously, you cannot come back. And all right, so this match for the moment is even. So let's just say all 3 results are possible.
Yeah, I want to shortly check what is going on between Ukraine and Georgia. There are already 2 results on the board. We have a draw between Maria Mutsichuk and Pragnanandhaa. This was a repetition with the knight on h5, queen f3, and back. And also a draw between Ushenina and Yavakshvili at board 3, I guess. So let's see what is going on at board 4. This is the current position.
All right, 2 draws already.
Yeah, there are just 2 games going on. This is board 4.
Something is going not the right way for white. But the position again is super complex. I mean, of course, I see the pawn. White's plan is to play queen c3, b4, rook b1, or rook b2, b5, push the pawn. But what
this pawn on
bothers me...
b4.
I'm sorry?
This pawn on
Right.
b4.
Right. What bothers me is the weakened white king, and that could make all the difference. I'm not sure about this at all. So there might be even a room for some tactical ideas. Let's say maybe it's going to be too direct. Let's say bishop d3. So bishop d3, bishop e4. Once this bishop gets on e4, you know, that could be a problem. So let's put the bishop d3, and what happens after b4? Is this even possible? Maybe not. So b4 and bishop e4. B takes on c5. I think you have to do that anyway. And bishop g2, king g2. Maybe rook f6, you know, I don't know. This looks incredibly scary. White just might as well get mated here. So let's say we play whatever, c takes on d6, capture the pawn, pretend there's nothing, rook g6, king h1, queen h3, with mate to follow. So that looks one of the possibilities, right? That will be my thought process again. And this bishop d3 looks incredibly tempting. Maybe there is something better. You know, I don't know. That's just the first thing which I saw. Maybe after bishop e4, I have to sacrifice the exchange by sacrificing the queen on g7. We can maybe show it a little. Maybe it's ridiculous, of course. So b4, I'm sorry, bishop d3, b4, bishop e4, and maybe just don't sacrifice anything at all. Just rook g3. Yeah, what is this? Complete mess, right, Alessia?
Yeah,
I mean,
93.
Yeah, exactly. Knight e3, some maybe tactical ideas. Let's say you push b5, I play rook f6, rook g6, race going on, and yeah. But you know,
Yeah, it seems very promising for black with this bishop here. One thing, going on to the current position, yeah, bishop d3 has been played. One tip that helped me so much in chess was try to make all the piece smile. When you have a position and you don't know exactly, there is not maybe a breakthrough, there is not a check, there is not a forced move, try to improve your pieces. And this move, bishop d3, bishop e4, looks like an amazing maneuver to improve that bishop. I really like that idea. And it's on the board, bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3 is human also. Knight e4 was very human. So what I feel that very often, why it's so important to go for the attack. Very often it's easier to attack than just trying to hold on to the pawn, because in the time trouble, let's imagine this game is going to take in trouble. And guess what? What is in the time trouble? There's 1 minute and 40 seconds. You're starting to see ghosts. I mean, everything is the same to you. Real threats, illusory threats. You start to see things which are not there, and you're super concerned about your king. So that's why it's easier to attack. I mean, it's a proven strategy.
Before going on to the open section, let's see what is happening in the last board of this match. Ukraine versus Georgia.
Let's do it.
It's here on the board. We have black that is having more pawns. Oh my god, that's so messy with all these pawns. Black is having 6 pawns and white is also having 6 pawns, but they're all around the board. Look at these 2 white pawns on d6 and h6. They're very close to promote, so this king needs to be here around, keeping an eye on the pawn on h6. This is black to move, and black has 20 seconds on the clock. Oh my god.
Wow. This game could end very quickly, by the way. Bishop f5, rook d5. I guess the threat is to take on f5. On d7, the d-pawn promotes.
Are you telling that Anna Muzishuk is in trouble here?
Yeah, it looks like that. I'm actually, yeah, you know, I'm really amazed by engines who announced that every single position is equal. Rook g2, rook f5. That just kills the game, I think. G takes on f5, d7, you cannot stop this pawn. Unless you're very smart with checks. Okay, this
what's my next move here?
Rook f5. Can I do that? No? Don't tell me it's not working. No, it's not working. Okay. So G takes on f5.
There's a check here.
D7.
Oh yeah, d7, sorry.
Ah, that's somehow perpetual check, actually.
Can we give checks?
Yeah, I thought.
But I don't believe it. Why? Why cannot I go with the king? towards
Because you
f2.
have to guard a d file, rook d3.
Ah, damn. I see.
So it doesn't work. It doesn't work, but I mean, it's something I will be looking at, and especially it's so tempting when you're in time trouble. Apparently, you just cannot escape these checks. Rook g1, rook g2, rook g3, king c3. You cannot really play. Rook f5, g takes, d7 again. Still a complete mess. So I'm not sure what's happening here.
He's in trouble. Let's see what Giri is doing. I think there is an interesting position over there. This is Giri. We are approaching time trouble. 7 minutes versus 5 minutes on the clock. This is the match Netherlands versus Iran. Of course, we are in board 1. White just played the move queen d3. So it's black to move. Black is trying to push the pawns. Last move for black was h5. Black is trying to get some space towards the king side. Where is this leading? What is this? What is this?
Well, visually, I prefer white because I see that black has weakness on c7. And, oh wait, but the material balance is different. Wait, did Anish again sacrifice an exchange? He can't stop doing that in this Olympiad because he did it against Eric Hansen. Beautiful exchange sacrifice on c6, beautiful game. Then again, he did it against Badur Jababa. Very beautiful game.
Rook c3. Rook c3 was played. Bang, giving away the rook against the only active pieces for black at the moment. That is bishop on b4. Now white is saying that, you know, it's fighting for activity.
Okay, doesn't matter. Anish is down in exchange, whatever. Who cares about exchanges, right? I mean, we look at this position and you ask yourself how black is going to crash through. None. I mean, h3, g3, g3, h3. I'm going to close it for you. Now, for white, I have an idea to play bishop h3, to play rook c1, somehow double the heavy pieces at a c file, rook c3, queen c2, and get to the pawn on c7.
Sorry, can we show this again?
Right. Bishop a3, rook c1, rook c3, queen c2. Maybe
targeting the c7 pawn.
You know, most likely scenario that this game is going to finish in a draw. Because, I mean, Anish is going to try to do something there. Obviously, it's very interesting, sacrifice what he did. I like it. But do you really want to take on c7 in the end? Because your pawn on e4 is vulnerable, etc. But I have a feeling that if Anish is not going to miss some breakthroughs, like some sacrifice on f5 or something, and suddenly black crashes through, he's the one calling the shots. Because the pawn on c7 is weak. And he just needs to watch out. Black's counterplay at the king side. Again, h3 is g3, g3 is h3. I can close everything. And I guess that's why the position is balanced. None of the sides can make a breakthrough. Alessia, there's a word that something exciting is going on in Sindarov's game of Team Uzbekistan. I think we have to go there right now. Big action coming up in one of the most exciting matches today. Team Uzbekistan is fighting for the medals, one of the youngest team in the Olympiad.
And this is on the board. Look at the time situation. We were approaching time trouble, 6 minutes versus 1 minute. Here, looking at the material, white is having an extra pawn, is now attacking a knight. And the question is, where is the knight on c5 going? Oh my God, is the knight trapped?
So what if I play knight a4? What happens? Rook d6?
Knight where, sorry?
Knight a4. I can still take the pawn.
Oh, yeah. Knight a4.
Rook takes on d6 would be my guess. No, I mean, black is falling apart here. I mean, rook d6. Think about moves like bishop e5, f6, queen g3, bishop a4. You start to see all of these amazing ideas. Or maybe there's something just...
there is bishop take e5 here. After with the idea that...
that's it. You just can't take it.
If you take with the f pawn, then is there f6? Or queen g6, f6?
Maybe queen g3 first, and then f6. Black is losing something here.
Oh my God. Maybe the piece is lost, and we have it on the board, I think. have it on the board after b4. Oh no, we don't have it on the board. I think everything was calculated, of course, by Terzakian, and so he played knight cd3. That might seem to us like just leaving the piece there, but at least the compensation is a pawn.
It's just a piece. So I think Terzakian is losing. He's not going to save this, and Sindarov is collecting another scalp today. Very impressive performance by Team Uzbekistan. And talking about
this battle, I'm seeing this board where White is having also an exchange up in this endgame. Abbasov is putting pressure on Sargsyan. What do you think?
Two pieces for the rook.
Yeah, 2 pieces, yeah.
Right, but a pawn. I mean, 2 pawns. So definitely White is the one pressing. So individually talking about Sindar's performance, he's right now, I mean, the only one from the field who is scoring performance 26-67 only, right? Everybody is almost 2800. And again, another exciting moment is happening in Team USA. Levon Aronian, there's a lot of trouble. We have to see that. What's going on there? Is he going down?
Oh my God, I see the threat of Queen E2, Queen C2. And that's actually, we have announcement of the resignation. Oh my God, wow. Let's see if we can have the camera. This is the camera of Team USA already. Aronian left the board. He's already not there. This went so quickly. And we also have a result in the meantime that Caruana won, as you can see from the live camera feeds, full screen right now.
Levon is down to 50%. I mean, he had one game, 5 draws, 5, and finally a loss. So great game by Teodoro. Things looked really risky for Levon. Completely unrecognizable today.
Wow. Let's see what Dominguez is also doing. So we see if USA is having chances. They are right now 1-1 is the score against Greece. So is USA coming back with a victory?
And you feel the heat, right? You see your teammate lose. It's like an extra pressure to you because maybe you're playing a bit more positional, a bit more calm. I don't have to win at all. And then boom, someone loses from your team. Okay, there we go. I have to win this. So this is exactly what happened in yesterday's match, Team USA against second team of India. Dominguez had a peek that Fabi is getting busted. He made the wrong move at the wrong moment and lost himself as well.
In this position, White is having a bit of pressure on the b file with the 2 rooks pointing towards b7. But the question is, can you attack it one more time? Doesn't seem like the bishop on f1 is getting there. And why just play the move king f2? What's the idea?
White is not calling the shots anymore. So he did allow to trade his powerful darks with bishop on d4. We briefly talked about his game before. That is a surprise. And also, Dominguez is coming back here today after yesterday's loss. I have a feeling that the atmosphere is maybe not very good. So it's, I mean, Fabi is struggling. So also...
Are you telling that Wesley needs to save the day today and win this endgame?
I mean, maybe it's not so bad because Caruana still won the game, but I mean, Fabi is struggling, Shankland is struggling. Now Aronian jumps in the train, also loses the game, not really feeling well, and you need a leader to pull the Team USA out of this. So the Team USA is struggling. I mean, that we see. That is clear. So here, this endgame, I think Wesley is going to do it. He's very good at these endgames, simple games, like Rook B1, B5, B4, B3, play something like King E6, F5. I love this pawn on G4. Wow, that's even better. Look at this, Alessia. Rook F5. So he positions the rook on F5, protects the pawn on F7, protects the pawn on B5, and now the king is going to march towards the queen side. That's even better. That's a great plan.
Wow, that's beautiful. And instead, the white king cannot move away from the pawn on F2, right?
Right.
Okay, so maybe Wesley will save the day today.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna save the game, save the day. But actually, I'm not so sure that Team USA chances are taken for granted because Dominguez's position has deteriorated. Could as well be 2-2. You know,
Let's go
it's
back.
not close, very close.
Let's go back to the other hot match of the day as Team Armenia versus Team Uzbekistan. And we saw already that in this board, Black is incredible. Is in big trouble, you know. Also, look at the time pressure. I think this game is going to be not good. I want to see what board one is doing. And first of all, let's remind of the standings. Team Armenia is leading with 15 points, and they are playing versus Team Uzbekistan with 14 points. So this match is so important. Of course, India too is also doing very well at second place. And we will go back to India playing today against Azerbaijan.
Yeah, let's do that. So again, another crucial round. Every single day, more action is coming up here. Abdusatorov is definitely pressing in Sargsyan. I'm not sure if, is this even holding? Probably it is, but it's again, it just reminds me the yesterday's endgame of Hare Krishna, right, Alessia? There are those types of endgames which are annoying, which are not very good, and you have to sit there like for 6 hours and suffer. And I think Sargsyan's endgame is like deja vu from yesterday. Now, when he was in the driving seat trying to push it, and now he's the one trying to secure a draw. So if I'm white, I'm thinking maybe I can put the queen on e4 somehow. Why do I want to do that? Queen e4, d takes on e4, g3 f4, establish two pass pawns on the king side. So black has two minor pieces for the rook. Good for you. But what I do? White wants to establish a pawn armada moving forward. The pawn on d3 doesn't do much, and that's why I think this queen e4 maneuver is very good. But the question is, how do you get the queen on e4?
I think we will come back to this game later because that has reached already move 41. So this means that there is no time pressure anymore. Let's go to see what Gukesh is doing. We are at move, I think we're at move 34 right now. And it seems like there is this position on the board.
Yeah, I think it's getting to a draw. Unless, of course, here after b takes on c4, Shak is going to be ambitious, play b4, because this would allow him, in perspective, create pass pawn. But it's already a draw. I think it's we are seeing it on the screen. This means that the amazing run of Damraja Gukesh is stopped. This is a draw. If you're seeing correctly from the live camera, there you go. That is apparently a draw.
Yeah, and this means that Azerbaijan versus India are 1-1 because also the game board to Mamedyarov versus Neal ended up in a draw. Let's go to Pragg then. They are at move 40, so it's just Durabaili that needs to make the last move before the additional time. The pressure is on. 55 seconds. It is not even looking at the board. And now he's making the move. Yeah, he's making the move. We had the move ready.
Right, and black is very active. So we had this discussion before, Alessia. What is more important, the isolated pawn on d5 or, blocking the isolated pawn on d5 or a piece activity? And I like black's position because he's super dynamic, super active. Knight e4, f4 ideas start appear on the horizon. And he did play something, right? I think I see a knight on...
I think he played knight c4, e4.
Right.
We're about to see that move.
And they also have reached the time control. Yes. So maybe let's still try to catch a drama somewhere.
Yes, let's get to board number 4 then. Also, they reached board number 4. Or move 40.
And here, who do we have? Nijat Abbasov has made some progress against Ronak Sadhwani. He has an outside pass pawn, h5. Maybe The pawn on b6, by the way, is weak. The pawn on d4 is weak. So this is quite interesting. I mean, look at Raunak's position. The bishop on d1 is supposedly the bad bishop. It's protecting the pawn on a4, right? But then again, black's pawns on d4 and b6, they lack support. Nijat is doing really good so far.
And also, there is not the faraway pass pawn. It's always, I think, long term. If all the pieces get exchanged, that pawn is still far away, and so even the pawn endgame should be very promising for white.
Right, but they also have reached the second time control. Maybe majority of the games already are there, by the way.
Yeah, probably. Oh, by the way, we need to show two results. We were following this game. Magnus Carlsen won another game against Grandmaster Memedyarov from Indonesia and is having really a great performance. Finally, Magnus Carlsen will be winning rating in this Olympiad. He had just 2 draws, but up to this moment, he was losing 0.2 rating points. And finally, with this victory, he should be eventually in plus, maybe 1 + 1.
Maybe 0.2 plus. So well done. I mean, well fought. Okay, congratulations. I mean, of course, Magnus doesn't get a lot of rating points by beating low-rated opponents, but he's doing his best to help the Team Norway.
And also Conor Murphy from Ireland confirming his streak, impressive streak, and securing probably GM Norway is having an impressive performance so far. We saw before with the performance of 2,800 plus, and today beating also Lorenzo Lodici from Italy. Wow.
Right. Let's maybe check some other notable matchups. Here we go. Team Norway, we already briefly checked against Indonesia. Team Canada, oh my goodness. I mean, they're taking my country, Team Latvia 2-0. I'm not very happy to see that. France, Cuba, what's going on there?
France, Cuba, yeah, we should check out that. Let's see if there is somebody that suggests us exactly a board of this match that is still having fire and some emotion. We should try to see. Let's see the
Just one
board
more
one
game
if there's
going.
all the games still going.
Third board, Lagarde against Quezada.
Look at
So
this.
Lagarde is one of the sharpest French players. And talking about Team France, they have very young, very dynamic, very ambitious team. They're missing Alireza Firouzja, Maxime Chialagrave, Etienne Bacro, but still they managed to gather very strong grandmasters and doing really good so far.
This is the current position. We see the time is currently 0-0-0, but they've reached already move 42. So no stress about the time, no stress whatsoever. This is the position we've got. White has 4 pawns, black has just 2. So it's clear that white is just doing very well. They said that for Grandmaster, 1 pawn is enough. Here I see 2 pawns. So it should be technically a win for white.
Yeah, I think that sums it up. Yeah, so white is going to win this. So this means that Team France is winning 2.5 against 1.5 against Team Cuba.
Well, super good news for France. Let's jump to the match between India and Brazil. This is India 1. That yesterday lost their match against Armenia. And so right now in the standings, they are not doing so well as India 2. You know what, guys? India has 3 amazing teams, but by far, there are the veteran grandmaster are in the main India, just India 1. Let's have a look at their profile.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the 3rd board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the 1st board is his. On the 2nd board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014, when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but first place and the gold medal is the ultimate goal.
Look here, we have the current results of the open section. And at the moment, India 2 is 1-1 toward against Azerbaijan, but we see that board 4 is currently losing, so they might be in trouble. Also, the situation of the match, Armenia versus Uzbekistan, is critical. Arthurs, what is happening there?
Armenia is in trouble, and I think this means that we might have a huge change in the overall rankings, because so far Team Armenia is holding on to the top board, but now they're facing the fearsome Uzbekistan team, some of the best talents in the world, and they're getting really good results incoming, and this might mean we might just get a new leader after round 9.
Yeah, the Netherlands versus Iran looks like it will end up in a draw. USA match is still unclear. Maybe there is a chance for a victory thanks to the game of Wesley, so the end game that we saw with an extra point. And now India 1 versus Brazil is the match that we are just looking right now. We have this game of Hare Krishna versus Supi. And what about this end game?
The draw. Yeah, I think nothing is happening there. So, of course, Hari is not happy with the way they're turning out, because he has to win, obviously, the game in order to give Team India more chances. But 3 points versus 3, technically, his knight is slightly better. Maybe some final tricks with Rook D6, but King E7. I don't see Luis Supi losing this.
Let's have then a look at board 3. Erigaisi with the white pieces against Grandmaster Krikor from Brazil.
And here it's probably drawish, but it's a very pleasant position to be in from the Erigaisi's perspective. Exchange for a pawn. You can play it forever, and Erigaisi is known to do that. He always fights it out until the end. Very ambitious player. And now Black needs to make a very responsible decision, because if you play something like f6, maybe in some lines your bishop on g7 is trapped. So how do you respond to this? I mean, f6, bishop f6, king h7, king h5. So Black is still, trying to prove that this is drawing, but normally this should be a draw.
And look at the karma. It seems like India understood the power of the bishop pair today. Actually, not today. Again, they are facing against the bishop pair. Sasikiran from India is trying to defend one more time this endgame where white has the bishop pair. Is the same as yesterday, or is a better position with the knight and the bishop?
Black is definitely better, because Black wants to push g4 next. g4, knight e4, that's a big threat. So I'm not totally sure I agree with the bar here. Maybe white somehow keeps the position together with after g4. I would definitely choose Black, and this might be India's only chance to win the game and the match.
Let's go back to the match. Let's go back to the big match of the day, Armenia versus Uzbekistan. We said that Armenia is in big trouble, and this is the reason why Sindarov is pulling up an incredible technique here. Is right now having very strong attack, I think. His pawn on d6 is hanging. The rook might go to G6, but wasn't there an extra piece? What happened?
Yeah, that beats me. I don't know, Alessia, because I had the feeling that Black lost a piece. Can we go back now that the first time control is over? I don't think we are in total rush. 93. Oh, wait, it was a piece sacrifice before, was it? I think we simply didn't see that. That was a piece sacrifice. That's why, Alessia, because we also were under the impression that White is just winning a piece. Apparently, White had sacrificed a piece before. To get to this strong attack, again, we would have to go back a couple of moves before. Maybe let's not do that. But, okay, there you go, 95. Yeah, 95.
Maybe let's not do that too late.
Okay, but let's do that anyway. So, G takes, C takes, Knight H5. White sacrificed a piece. This was a longer sequence. Threat on F6, now B4. This is what Sindarov calculated, now prompting Black to sacrifice back the piece, and White in the end is just emerging with a lot better position due to the weakened Black King. A very nice outpost for the knight on E6.
Yeah, that's so dominant, I would say. The rook can take on D6 at any moment. This knight jumping on E6 also. Black is just having no way to stray. Okay, just one thing to point out: the bishop on b5 could be a possible double attack to the two rooks. So maybe this is a little thing. Why is not possible bishop b5 right now?
I think rook takes on d6 should be killing. And even if Black is giving up with the queen, then you still have the knight. And think about 95 next. Maybe not even 96, 95. It's just dominating all the squares. Rook f d1, 95. Not on e6, maybe on d5. Go after the pawn on f6. No, Black is completely busted here. I think Sindarov is easily going to convert this to a victory.
All right, let's go to the other board then. This is board 4. We have Ovanesyan versus Mamedyarov.
Okay, this I don't know how to evaluate. I see that
Black has a pawn on a4, right? It's just 3 steps to become a queen, and there is a strong knight on f4. The pawn situation, material situation means extra pawn for Black. But on the other side, there are 2 strong pawns on f5, g5, and the rook on h7.
Let's just put it this way. This game can end either way. So White is pushing towards the king side, either g6 or f6, getting to the pawn on f7. Black has 2 connected pawns on the queen side. So let's just put it this way. Most likely, draw is not going to happen here. One of them is going to win, although the bar says it's about equal. I think this is going to be a decisive game.
Oh, let's go to board number 2, I guess. Molkomyan versus Yakubov. And equal material again here. Same color of bishop. 2 queens on the board. And
Black has no risk, I think. Yeah, at all, because he has a protected e-pawn. So at any given moment, he can just play bishop c5. But if he does it, bishop c5, b takes on c5, he needs to watch out for the pawn on a5 becoming a target, queen e1. So, yeah, the question is, how do you execute it, this bishop c5 at which moment? But I mean, the position is about equal. Maybe the game could continue something like queen f5, queen e7, queen f7, some repetition, etc. I just don't see either of the sides making a progress on the. I would just say that most likely this game is going to finish with a perpetual chep somehow. I don't know. I mean, Black king or White king.
We already saw the position of board 1. We saw that White is having just fighting for a win here. Now there is an offer of queen trade. Actually, the queen might for real get exchanged. Is this better for White or for Black?
Absolutely for White. I mean, if somebody is playing here for the win, it's White, because White has no risk. Of course, the knight on d4 is super beautiful. But, I mean, if I really want, I can just take on f4. Take on f4, e takes on f4 and g3. And in the end, I'm going to establish 2 pass pawns. So this gives me plenty of chances to play it for the win with no risk. But is this what I want to do? That's what I'm not so sure. So ideally, yeah, White wants to create one pass pawn, second pass pawn, and if possible, connected pass pawns. Maybe the idea here is to play King G1 and still bring the queen on E4. So let's just make some random moves for black. Let's say bishop F6, whatever. I'm not sure it's a good move. I just want to show the idea. Queen E4 check. Bother the black king about mate. So you take it. D takes, and now I want to play G3 and F4. I want to create two connected pass pawns. That's my idea. And if you take on G3, F takes on G3, I have two connected pawns.
Okay, let's make a move. Let's make bishop G7
sure.
maybe.
Yeah, bishop G7, G3, bishop F6. Let's say black is completely clueless what's happening there. King G2, etc. And at some point you push a 4. So if somebody is playing this for the win, it's absolutely white. And if I manage to create these two connected pass pawns, I have a chance. H takes, F5 check, King G3. This is already a dream situation for white.
So if we can have an overview, by the way, King G1 has been played, an overview of what is happening in the match between Uzbekistan and Armenia. Board 1, Uzbekistan is pressing. Board 2, we saw this game could go other side, so probably board 2 is the best chance for Armenia. They need to try to win. Melkumian needs to try to win. We saw board 3, probably Uzbekistan is going to pull a victory. And last board, we saw Ovanesyan. Oh no, this one is the game that can go either way.
Yeah. Don't trust the bar. The black is slightly better. It means nothing at all. I mean, when it's a race, you can't just say one of the sides is slightly better. It's either winning or losing. So it's really so simple. So whoever is going to figure out these craziness in the jungle of formations better is going to win the game. Alicia, do we go to India to Ronak Sadhwani's game? There could be some major developments there.
Yeah, let's see the current position. Is black to move here? Black is a pawn down. White has an extra pawn, and now there are two pass pawn. The pawn on d4 fell. Look at this. Bishop moves. The pawn got captured. b5. King is 3. Rook f1 and bishop f3. This is the current position on the board.
So, from what is either the side supposed to do? Talking about some of the best practices from the defender, you want to trade all the pawns as possible. From the black's perspective. So I want to take the pawn on a4. I want to trade the b pawn for the a pawn. I want to somehow trade the f pawn for the d pawn. I mean, don't ask me, Alicia. I have no idea.
I mean, just you want to be a magician and make all the pawns disappear. Yeah, get it. Bim, boom, bam, boom, bam, boom, boom.
And then I give away the bishop for the remaining pawn. That leaves rook and bishop versus rook, which is a theoretical draw. This is what I would be thinking there if I'm black. Well, then comes the practical part. How to do it. And from the white's perspective, he's doing everything opposite. So he wants to keep as many pawns on the board, and he wants to trade pieces, because that's the golden rule. If you're the stronger side, if you have material advantage, you trade pieces, because the pawn endgame is easily winning. And if you're the weaker side, you're trading the pawns. So I think what here Abbasov will do, most likely he's going to allow one pawn trade. He's going to try to keep the b pawn alive, just in case, and somehow push for that h pawn.
Actually, black pushed the pawn on b4, so with the theory, of exchanging pawns is not really fitting. We saw from the live camera feed, this is what happened, the move b4.
Well, it's wrong. It's wrong by the means of the approach. There's always some exceptions, right? Always some exceptions. So maybe Ronak found that the pawn on b2 is under attack. In terms of the strategy, it's just plain wrong. I don't like it. Maybe he saw something more concrete. Maybe he's right. But I think we are getting a word that something is happening. Jordan Van Forest's game. There's a very interesting endgame possible.
Oh, it's in the current position. Yes, here we have a bishop plus a rook versus a rook plus a pawn. But as you said before, bishop plus rook should be a theoretical draw. So if there is even an additional pawn on the board, shouldn't it be even more easy?
Who is to move?
is black to move?
Well, should be a draw, but to remind you, two possible techniques from defending rook and bishop against, rook against rook and bishop. It's the defense on the second rank. What does it mean? It means that sometimes you can position the rook in front of your, you have to show that position, Alessia, I guess. Somehow, yes. Try to do it. Maybe remove the rook from the 7th rank, take rook b5. Make random move, rook b5. Right, I just want to show this idea that rook c7, king d6, and rook d7. So this is what we call the defense in the second rank. Due to the stalemate trick, black makes a draw. That is one of the tricks. Now, let me go to the current position. Do you think, Alessia, stalemate is possible there? The b pawn is still alive.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why it makes it a bit more tricky. So I think what White is going to do here, he's not going to take the b pawn to avoid the stalemate trick exactly. So what he wants to do is bishop d5, king d6, and try to checkmate. And maybe the viewers can answer. What do you think? How this game is going to end?
Yeah, you know the code now. 0.5 means a draw, 1 means that white wins, and 0 means that black wins. But I think nobody's going to use the 0. Okay.
Rook a6, okay. So if here Tabatabai is going to take the pawn on b5, he's not going to do it. I promise you that. It's going to be instantly a theoretical draw. And Jordan should know this. There's two types of techniques how you can draw this. But with the pawn on the board, it's more tricky.
Yeah, we want to see a bit longer answers, guys. Not just a result, not just a number. Tell us, why do you think we'll end up in a draw, or why do you think Tabatabai will win here?
Right. So while you're figuring out, I'm just going to show you a couple of ideas. The ideal position for white. Why rook a3 is so necessary. So instead of rook a3, I would play rook d1.
Instead of rook a3, rook d1, okay.
Instead of rook a3. I play bishop d5. Rook e1 check. King d6. This is the ideal structure. White is aiming for this structure. King in front, bishop behind. And then you want to checkmate from either side. So king f8, I think rook a7 is already forced win. You don't even have access to rook b1 because the pawn on b5 is under attack. It's in front of it, right? So you cannot defend against that. And sometimes, this pawn on b5 could make some adjustments. And that's what I'm saying, that Tabatabai is never going to take the pawn on b5. He's going to try to leave it to avoid the stalemate trick and try to trick the opponent because he also suspects it should be a draw.
This rook a3 gives black the additional possibility of lateral check on the 6th rank. So this is an interesting endgame, but probably my feeling is that Jordan will know how to block it.
He should, of course. He is a very strong grandmaster. He should do it. But even very strong grandmasters are sometimes making mistakes.
You know what? It's time to hit a short break. We will come back with the exciting match of Armenia versus Uzbekistan that is going to reach an end. No game is yet finished. So after a short break, we will see what is going on there, and who will be first after 9 rounds.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2. And he blunders mid and one. Oh my goodness. I'm awful.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. With 3 top teams competing in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold and more. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Welcome back, everybody, and namaste dosto to everybody who is watching this. It's awesome to be back here for the round 9 of the World Chess Olympiad from Chennai, India. Your hosts today are Alessia Santaramo, I'm Arthur Nekshans, and before we jump into the action of the big match today, Team Armenia against Uzbekistan, let me again remind you that chess.com has prepared for you another exciting event. So we are very happy to announce the fall 2022 and spring 2023 Collegiate Chess League seasons. This is done in partnership together with NACE Star League. So don't miss it. Make sure to sign up, represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students with a total prize fund of $50,000.
Let's now have a look at the standings of the Open section. Armenia has been leading the whole tournament so far with 15 points. But today the team at position number 3, Uzbekistan, is really putting Armenia into our trouble. As we see from the live feeds camera, the board number 3 already finished and ended up in a win for the player, for Sindarov from Uzbekistan. This means the match is already 1-0, and now Armenia needs to try in any possible way to come back and to score a decisive result. What do you think, Arthur, is the best chance for Armenia?
Well, probably the fourth board, Kafkanisyan. I think so. He looked having the most unpredictable game so far. I think that here Team Uzbekistan is coming out to make a loud announcement. We are not only interested in some medals, we want to take it all. We are here to take the gold medals. One of the most youngest, the most talented, most interesting teams in the Olympiad is about to make big waves.
And this is the position on the board. It's incredible to see how much time did Black use after move 40. Let's remind everyone the time control shorty is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds. And at move 40, there is an additional time of 30 minutes. This means that we are at move 42, and Black already used nearly all the time he had. 4 minutes remaining. Is this a good time management?
No. I think it's very simple as a no, just no. I mean, it's not a very good time management, but of course, this is the critical moment for Black. I mean, how do you play? Do you play 8-3? Do you play rook b2? Do you play b5, b4 after that? I mean, you need to figure out all of these nuances. Maybe you push the e pawn, rook b2, rook b3, e4. There's so many options. Well, for white, it's just basic. Push forward at the king side, f6, g6, whatever.
And this is insane that after, I mean, you see so many aggressive resources, but then Black decided to play the defensive move, rook f8. What is white's threat here, and why did Black feel like rook f8 was needed?
I think Black is concerned about g6. That's why the pawn on f7 is protected. A bit passive move to my taste. And normally in these positions, it's very important to roll your pawns as fast as you can. I mean, it's a race. So rook f8 is a bit slow, but clearly he has prepared something against g6. Maybe the big idea after g6, he wants to play king f6. So that's why he needs this rook f8. So can we put it on the board? Let's say g6 and king f6. So I escape the pin. I deal with the whatever white is doing at the king side. I want to play f6 on g6 first. And g7 is rook g8. There you go.
Let's say h4. Let's put h4 on the board.
h4 just take on g6.
Oh, sorry, with the pawn, I think.
Yeah. Normally with the pawn. So I don't think white can do that immediately. Okay, if you play rook f8, I can play h4. No. I mean, instead of g6. So here, yeah, h4, just push forward, right? h4, h5, h6, etc. And again, we're back to the race. Rook b2 check, maybe. King g3. And push those pawns. a3, a2, rook b1. Yeah, they should run forward. And yeah, again, you have to evaluate all of this. Maybe there's even some mate ideas like rook d1. Now I play rook d1, cut off the king. You play a2. I play f6. And king e6 is mate on the board, right? Bishop g4. So I guess you have to play something like king e8. Yeah, you can do that. Very beautiful. And maybe after king e8, there's still a mate somehow. I mean, okay. I mean, the bar says there's no mate, but I mean, I don't know that, right? I mean, it looks incredibly risky. So bishop g4, bishop d7 is an idea I have to consider. The king on e8 is not feeling very well. Maybe at the right time, there might be g6 ideas. F takes, rook e7, checkmate. Obviously, there's knight g6. Maybe I play h5. How do you combine together with rook b1? It's incredibly complex. I just love the coolness of the bar. It's just equal, whatever, right? It's just equal.
Yeah, probably there is a repetition somewhere. But as you said, from a human perspective, we see that this king is blocked by all white pieces, and there's just one check needed in order to be a checkmate. So this is, as you said, I think this could go for anyway. And of course, Armenia needs to try to win this game. And Vanisian has more time, so you can put some pressure here.
Definitely, but again, it's a very responsible decision. Very high stakes game. Whoever wins pretty much secures the match, almost. Okay, maybe for Team Uzbekistan, they already have 1 point, right? But this again of very, very big importance. So if here Vahidov is going to win the game, that's it. Team Uzbekistan has got it, right? So you feel the very tense moments here. You feel the pressure. How does it? There's another game finished, by the way. I see Hrant Melkomyan has finished on the second board. How did they finish? It's a draw, right?
Yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw?
Yeah, as I predicted with the perpetual check. Yeah. I even saw something like this could happen. So bishop c5 was played when I mentioned it. B takes. White went after the pawn on a5, and there you go. So it felt that this normally at a good level should finish with a perpetual check. There's no way to escape it. Draw agreed. This means Uzbekistan has half a point more closer to the victory.
And let's move to board number 1, because also there are some progress. The queen got exchanged as we predicted, and now White is trying to create some pass pawn. Eventually, White would really hope, I think, that Black takes on g3 so that you have 2 pass and protected next to each other pawns. But I don't think Black is going to take on g3 in any way.
Right. I also just got a word from the dear viewers that Wesley So has won the game for Team United States, which is probably great news for all the American fans.
Oh, that's big. Look at this king running to a2, the rook on b8, controlling the h8 square. And now it's inevitable. Black is promoting.
And this means that Team USA is leading 2-1 against Greece. The surprising result against, remember, Levon Aronian losing with a white color against Theodoro. Bit surprising. And the fourth board is still continuing Dominguez against Banikas, but I saw his position, to be honest, deteriorating. Is there any progress?
Yeah, this is, I think it's a great achievement by Dominguez that went to this rook hand game. Now, at the moment, White is a pawn down, but next move seems to be king take f5. Wait, let's try king take f5, rook take h5. How is this one?
I mean, king f6 and White already is winning, but I think it's quite clear that Dominguez is never going to lose this. So he might not win it, and maybe it doesn't even matter. What matters is that USA is winning. So Wesley So becomes the hero by doing a wonderful job in the rook game. So Team USA is clapping back. I mean, again, not very impressive victory, 2.5 against 1.5, but still it's a victory and still some chances for Team USA to go and hunt those medals.
Yeah, let's also mention the amazing victory by Caruana in board 1 with the amazing rook sacrifice, rook take g2 today. That was good. Dominguez too strong, says Wizim in the chat.
Right. Right. Also, the chat is very happy to see USA succeeding. They're the biggest favorites, obviously, in the Olympiad. The pressure maybe was too strong. Maybe Fabi was slightly too tired. Slightly not too tired, but I mean, not in the best shape after the candidates. But they're fighting. They're fighting. They're trying to get back.
I want to surely go back to the game between Giri and Maksudlu. This is the current position. White is still an exchange down, but all the pawns on the king's side got fixed. So, is there any breakthrough here in this position?
Well, nothing here that has changed. I think that Anish has made some progress, meaning he has secured the king's side. Now he's the one calling the shots, despite the fact he's down on exchange. There might be ideas like bishop h3, rook c1, rook c6. There might be ideas like knight g4. And yet somehow this is balanced. You know, I don't know. I have a feeling that it's going to be a long game, because you can play it for long. Now, maybe even start with knight g4. Make sure you don't miss an exchange sacrifice on g4. By the way, that's a great moment here, because if I play knight g4 right away, and it's who to move, by the way. Yeah, you can just sacrifice. I think so. Rook g4, h takes, rook g7. You need to watch out for this. Unless, of course, there's some, g5 breakthroughs, g5, f takes, f6. Somebody please help me here to evaluate this. Very, very difficult. So I think Anish is not going to gamble. You already expect at this level that exchange sacrifices are a very common thing. It's not something very unique. So he probably wants to have the king close or somewhere. Ideally on f3.
What he did is knight c4, offering the knight trade.
Well, that is surprising, to be honest. Because now this is sort of leading to a draw, is it? Exactly. And wait, just a second. Let's just picture this. So Anish's idea is to play bishop h3, king d3, rook c1, and rook c6. How do you stop that? Alternatively, I also have ideas like king f3, king g4.
Can you play something like rook g7, rook f7?
Yeah, just try to wait. I mean, you can try to make some weighty moves. I'm going to make progress. I mean, next time, rook g8, rook g7, you're standing and doing nothing.
Yep.
So I carry out my plan. Yeah, like this. Now, the pawn on f6 is under attack. Oh, wait. No, the pawn on f6 is under attack. You need to protect it. Rook f7. Yeah. Here. No, yeah, okay, maybe something like this. And now you need to watch out for white to play king e3, king f3, king g4. Also combining with ideas of d6. d6, d takes on c7, rook b6. Either way, there's no risk for white.
Can you play rook d8 and rook g8?
Yeah, you can do that.
But maybe then you also need to watch out for d6.
Exactly. So this is Anish's idea. I'm not totally sure he's confident that he's crashing through, but there's no risk. And how is, by the way, because we have to see the context. We have to see the context of the remaining board of Team Netherlands against Iran, because that might give us a clue why knight c4 was chosen. So there's still one more game, and maybe he saw that the remaining board of Team Netherlands is doing really good.
Well, Jordan seems to be defending this one. The pawn has fallen, so probably should know the technique here.
Okay, Jordan is going to do it, and he's showing the flawless technique, king d6, rook d7, stalemate idea. He definitely knows this stuff, and this is the easiest way to draw this, I do believe. And somebody might argue, oh, it's so difficult, rook and bishop versus rook, right? But at the highest level, and the classical time control, come on. I mean, you have to make a draw. So it's plus 30 seconds for every single move, and you get a lot of time on the clock. It's just very difficult to lose this.
And surprisingly, the last two boards already ended up in a draw. So the idea that Giri in board one would be fine with a draw, it's not the right one. Because actually, Giri needs to do the dirty job today and try to win that game in order to bring Netherlands a victory as a team.
Can we go back to Anish's game, because I have a feeling that this knight c4 was a bit too safe. It's like insurance. It's nothing bad is going to happen to my position, right? So he trades these knights.
There's some moves.
Black declined, actually. Oh,
Black declined.
That's a surprise, actually, but maybe it's fine, because I would like to keep the knights on the board for more flexibility. Again, we go back to this knight on e3. Where he played knight c4 for some flexibility. I mean, do I have to rush with this? I mean, just play bishop a3 first. Play rook c1 first. Why rush with knight c4? Yeah, but it's difficult to tell. So clearly Anish sees more than I do. So he has deeper ideas there. He probably is triple, quadruple checking everything I was discussing there, and even more on top of that. So still, personally, I would have kept the knight on the board. But
maybe
yeah,
as we saw, they evaluated this endgame after the exchange of the knight. Risky for black due to this idea of rook, bishop a3, rook c1, rook c6, attacking his pawn, the king marching towards g4. It seems scary.
Right. Maybe he's just not sure. The last thing you want to do, you want to take on c4 and somehow lose by force in 50 moves. Yeah, that's a terrible thing, right? So maybe the knight trade is going to happen anyway. It's very practical. Okay. Maybe I can trade the knights, but I can also do it later. So let's just, for the moment, shuffle pieces here and there. So the knight trade maybe is not going anywhere.
How can now happen knight trade? By going with the knight back on d6?
Yeah, sure. Black can always play knight e6 and the trade is going to happen anyway. If white already is happy to do that, unless Anish is changing his mind. So I imagine the king here jumping very quickly to f3, but maybe this is what Parham wants to do. King e2, knight g5, not allow the king to land on f3, and trade the bishop instead of the knight. What's the difference? It's difficult to tell. So can you put it on the board? King e2?
It's
King e2? No? Yeah, knight g5. Stopping king f3 to happen. Let's say the pawn on e4 is under attack. I take on g5. And now knight e3. You know it? No. Where do you go? e3. Yeah. And now it's tricky. Let's continue this line. Rook c6. And rook d6, rook c6. My apologies.
Oh, yeah. On rook d6.
I offer a trade. It's like, hey, yeah, let's do that. Let's trade the rooks. So rook takes on c6, d takes on c6, knight e5. What about this one? And the pawn on f6 is under attack. And suddenly the knight is dominating the rook. You don't see that very often.
That's crazy. The king needs to move somewhere. The knight here and the pawn is falling. And the rook really doesn't have so many squares. It seems like, this is not even available. Look at this. We have a result. If we go back to the Indian team, India 2, here, Abbasov won with the white pieces. Let's go to the current position, the final position, actually. This is the final position.
That was a blunder, wasn't it? Can you go and move back? Obviously, white is doing great. Oh, blundering one. Rook f7, bishop b3. So unfortunate for Raunak and the second team of India. They were struggling, but I think it was not necessary to blunder a piece like that. And we go back, Alessia, to this move b4. Remember, I told you, it's not the right approach. Sometimes it's really simple. You have to trade the pawns. Remember, Alessia, at this moment?
Yeah, and I was just going there.
Yeah. So here, right here, he had a pawn on b5. Why do you want to keep more pawns on the board and more options for the opponent? It should be pretty simple. You trade off pawns, every single pawn. But again, chess is really concrete. Sometimes there's something going on and there are exceptions. There's always a lot of exceptions. Or maybe Raunak felt that there's something not right with his entire b takes on a4. He played b4 and then in the end he blundered.
As Gukesh and Niall made a draw, the only hope for India too is Pragnanandhaa. This is the current position on the board. And what is your opinion, Arthur?
For most of the part of the game is very unclear. And now, again, you see, it's can you put this position in something like move 38, something like that? Just I want to explain the context. So there you go. Black is very dynamic. There's a time trouble, and you don't know yet what you're supposed to do. So you're trying to play active, trying to win the game. Then comes the second time control. You get more results from the team. And then we transpose to the final position. And here, Durarbali knows he needs to make a draw. Right? And maybe he already has made some committal decisions before, burned some bridges, and now he just have to charge, continue to playing on. And now his strategy is completely different. He needs to play it solid. So it's quite interesting, you know, how these dynamics in team matches, they change. It's not an individual game. It's not an individual match. It's a team strategy. Somebody loses, somebody wins. It changes completely how you're supposed to play on. And that's why that's really advanced stuff right there.
But I have to say, F4 doesn't seem like a move that is, you know, trying to make a draw. Seems a very aggressive move, trying to open more files.
I mean, sometimes you just have no way to go back. So he's going to charge forward and pray for the best. Apparently, what is better? I guess because of the open A file. So first move which jumps to my mind is, oh wait, rook A7 is queen H3. Oh, you need to be careful there.
So you, what are you defending? Where are you defending? Because the idea of F4 then is queen H3, and then if queen G2.
Oh, just queen G2? Okay, this I didn't see. Maybe everything holds, but looks a bit scary. If I'm white, I'm scared of queen H3.
Yeah. I was looking if there is something like the queen get exchange, F3, and then maybe the knight jumps, but...
Can I play G4? G4, knight F5?
Now you mean?
Yeah, makes perfect sense. I mean, black is attacking me at the king side. I want to close the action. Also, G4 square give me access to knight F5. I would consider this, absolutely. And you cannot take on E3 because rook on F8 is under attack, rook A7, knight F5. But again, we go back to this current position, and I'm not sure if I have to close the king side. So one thing is, I want to play G4, secure my king. Then again, I need to think further how I'm going to crash through, because by now Pragg knows he has to win the game. I mean, it's not just playing good chess, solid chess here anymore. I mean, it's more than that. He needs to be the hero. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. Maybe
yes, E takes.
Yeah. E takes and then G4. Can I do that? And then play. Yeah, the bar again laughing at me. Well, yeah, maybe G4 is not really necessary, you know, but I like this idea of putting the knight on F5. Maybe
there is maybe knight G5 and the pawn on G4 is falling. Oh no, there is queen G2.
That's a good point. Yeah, by the way, that's a great point. Yeah, knight G5, beautiful square for the knight. Yeah, sure. So you're gonna do that. E takes, G takes makes sense because I'm attaching the rook on A3 for the defense. You see the rook on A3 is protecting the third rank just in case. So yeah, it's, I think, a good idea. Now the next move. What's the next move? That is the $1 million question.
Rook A7 attacking the queen, but then queen H3 could always be a danger.
Can
we see if it works? Let's try rook A7, queen H3.
And queen G2. What do you do, right? Well, black is totally not worse. Take, F takes on G3. Black is just fine. Yeah, just take on G3. I mean, look at his pieces. I mean, by the way, you cannot even take on G3. Yeah, exactly. No, you know, Alessia, I think he needs to get rid of the rook on E1. It's too much of a problem. So if that's a problem, after F4, E takes, G takes, rook A1. Can I do that? No? I blundered something, yeah?
I don't know.
I also don't know. Maybe queen G7. Oh, that's very strong.
Ooh.
Yeah, stuff like this. Oh, okay.
And
okay,
if knight C2? Now the rook is protected and you can take on G3.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. So I cannot play rook A1. But something was played, by the way.
Ooh. Look at this. E take F4 was taken. And then Black is not taking back, but is playing himself the move G4. Whoa.
Wait. Just a second. Is the white queen trapped? I see queen h1 at least. Queen h1,
Not here,
queen
not
h4.
here, not here, not there. Not here, not here. So either queen g2 or queen h1.
No, queen g2 is too passive. Maybe queen h1. Queen h1, look at that. I mean, the square, the last square on the board where to position the queen, and queen h1 is played in action. It's a brilliant move. I like it. This g4, I mean, was this necessary?
Maybe Black thought that the queen on h1 is way too passive, but it seems like the queen is going out again through the square h4. And then maybe I can start to see some ideas here with rook a8, exchanging the rook. And now also the king is in danger there. Moves like h6, queen h4. If the knight moves, you know, we have queen g5 or queen g4, of course, at the right moment. Right now, those moves are not possible. But it's starting to see interesting. Maybe Pragg will be the hero today and save India too, that right now is not having a promising score against Azerbaijan that is leading with 2 points versus 1.
Well, this looks like a hallucination. I kind of don't understand the follow-up of g4. What did he miss? I mean, okay, let's try to imagine he missed queen h1.
Maybe it was a mouse slip.
No, no, but what's the idea? Let's try to understand Durbali's mindset. So let's say he skipped queen h1. It just jumped out of his radar. What about queen g2? What was his idea? So queen g2, what did he want to do? What? I mean, I slightly don't follow. Queen g7, what did he want to do? Maybe he wanted to somehow bother the knight on d4. And I still play knight c6. And he felt that the queen is imprisoned on g2.
Yeah, but
I don't like this.
Find the next move here for Black.
How do you continue, right? Yeah, the chat also cheers. Let's go, Pragg. And this is a major chance for Pragg, definitely, to come back. And I don't like this choice by Durbali because, again, the team result right now is 2-1. f4, good idea, right? You're seeking the counterplay. But what's wrong with just taking the pawn? G-Rex on f4. Now, Black just give up the pawn for nothing. And you see the body language. Oh, my goodness. I mean, you know this body language, right? Unless you do well. If there's no follow-up after queen h1 in the next 1-2 moves, you see the body language. What did I just do?
Yeah, and also time is getting again very short, very tricky. This game is the most important game of the day. If Pragg is going to pull a victory, it means that the match ends in a draw. And also, can we maybe show shortly the standings so that we have an idea what is happening? India 2 at the 2nd place. Armenia might be losing against Azerbaijan. So maybe India 2 with a draw takes the lead. That's a huge result over there.
Yeah, but Team Uzbekistan, I think, is going to be the new leader because if they beat Armenia, this means they're going to be at 16 points. And India, if they make a draw, they get only 15 points. And then do you see the bells ringing? This could be Team India 2 against Uzbekistan. I mean, this could be huge, penultimate round match. The youngest teams ever, 2 super talents in 2 teams. Boom, they're fighting against each other. I mean, maybe it's not going to happen still yet. We're still going to get there, but I can easily see that happening.
Oh my God. Let's go back.
Takes the ball.
Exactly. We are just having a move on the board, knight on e6, attacking the knight on d4. The question is this helping white or black? Because I have the feeling that the more pieces get exchanged, the better is for white. That is, can use the rook on a7, can go out with the queen. Of course, the strongest pieces right now for black is this knight on e4. If this knight disappears, let's say if the bishop on f1 gets exchanged for the knight on e4, then I really like white position.
So let's try to take on e6. Knight e6, queen h4. I have a very simple threat. Rook A8. Stop me.
Yeah,
I mean, I just want to checkmate. Right?
Yeah, followed by H6. And the king has nearly no square.
Yeah, this looks very promising. And I'm sure that Pragg is right now, he's looking at this and he's trying to evaluate, is this enough? What I'm missing there? And by now, he already should suspect that he didn't fall under some very beautiful pawn sacrifice. It was just some, I don't know, something went wrong for his opponent. He feels that this is a gift, by the way, and it also gives you extra confidence, right? If you play F4, G4, there's no follow-up, because in the first 10 seconds, you're like slightly afraid, did I miss something? Did I miss something? No, there's nothing. So apparently then you come to the conclusion that the opponent just blundered. He just hallucinated something. It gives you more confidence. And now Pragg is thinking, should I take the knight on E6? Because there's also Rook A7. There's also Knight C6.
You know what? I think there is another game that is also super important, and this is the fourth board of Team Armenia versus Uzbekistan. This is Ovanesyan try to save the day for Armenia. The pawns are raising, but it seems like Black did a better job, has the pawn on A2, is just very close. And if I could do a few moves for Black, that would be king away, then B4, B3, Rook B1, and then Black is promoting.
Let's just put it this way. I think it's already quite clear Armenia is losing. Because so far here, Vakhidov has made a major progress. His pawns are just running faster. And I don't think he's going to lose this. So here, Hovhannisyan is desperately trying to hold on to the position. Black pawns have advanced much further. And then we have the final game where Abbasov is pressing for the victory. I mean, they're already +1. So Uzbekistan most likely are going to take down the leaders and become the new leading team after round 9.
Oh my God, that's huge. And also, really, this Olympiad, there are not many rounds going on. So who is leader now might be the winner of the Olympiad. Wow,
Right,
that's
but,
huge.
I mean, still 2 rounds to go, right? 1 round changes everything. And again, I mean, Team Armenia, one of my favorite teams in the Olympiad. They're doing a fantastic job. They're a great team spirit. And 1 round, and suddenly you're even like out of the medals. You see, it's such a close race, right? It's just incredible. And I think we are going to still see a lot of surprises in the 10th round, in the final round, because the final round, ladies and gentlemen, it's a morning round. So you already could see Rauf Mamedyarov yawning today, playing at, what is it, local time, 3 p.m. Imagine him playing 10 a.m. in the morning when you have almost no time to do the prep.
And it will be
morning round. It's going to be very tough.
Now, this is interesting. Many chess players actually really hate to play in the morning, because once you play chess tournaments, mostly the rhythm is that tournaments are always starting in the afternoon. So many chess player likes to prepare the game at night in the evening, and then go sleep and then go to play with a fresh mind. So they wake up really late. I have one player in the Italian national team that does exactly this. She prepares at night, she sleep until midday, she has a nice lunch, she goes to play. And that's the rhythm she likes. But then morning round is a big problem.
We get a word in the chat, Alessa. There's something happening in Prague's game against Durarbay. Like, I think we have to go back. There's some developments. And whoa.
Rook A8 has been played.
Whoa. Just a second. So Rook A8, Pragg allows Knight X on the E4. Oh, wait a second. Rook F8, King G7. And
now the rook is under attack. So either you join the other rook on A8, and it seems like Black is about to be mated. What is happening?
Yeah, but why? Why play Rook A8? I mean, this is unnecessary. And this is essentially where's the difference. Experience versus young ambition. So Rook A8, I mean, I think Pragg could have played something more simple. Knight E6, Knight C6. Now Durarbay comes up with an amazing exchange sacrifice. 96, 94, sacrificing the rook on f8, and somehow this is equal. How on earth is this equal? I mean, Alessia, do you even understand this? I don't.
No.
I mean, h6,
So,
queen h5?
what is
it
the next
perpetual?
move for black here?
Maybe, wait. Maybe there's perpetual check or something.
I mean,
Can I
if
play-
knight f3, king g2.
No, I was thinking queen b5 for f1 ideas. Like something more forced.
All right.
So can I play queen b5 now? I'm pinning you a bishop. Oh, okay, that's losing. Okay, thank you.
King
Thank you.
g2, protecting. And then what was your idea anyway?
There's no idea.
Okay.
It's just a random move. Okay, and what if I take on f1 first? Can I force perpetual check somehow?
Okay, let's go. Sorry, let's go back to the current position.
And so black has made a move?
No, it seems like black is still taking time. Oh yeah, black made a move. Oh, rook h6 was here the move, they say.
No, king h6, you mean?
King h6, yeah.
King h6? Just a second, can you go back to that?
Yeah, look at this.
Are you serious? This is the move?
And what's the idea?
This is not human. I mean, nobody in the planet Earth, Mars, or Saturn plays like this. Nobody sacrifices exchange like that to play king h6, to position the king to avoid some checks. I mean, just incredible. I guess the entire sequence is somehow linked with h6, queen h5. Stop this idea. So you just keep the pin alive, play king h6, and be a happy camper. I mean, okay,
Wait a second, Arthurs. You might be shocked, but actually what black played is to give a check on f3, and then the move that you said is not human, is on the board, king on h6. Probably, according to the bar, it missed something, and the move order is not the most precise, but the king is on h6.
Wait, and what if I just play rook a7, rook h8, and just give you randomly a checkmate on h7?
Randomly, not too randomly. Well, that's beautiful.
You know, I think the entire idea why the knight on d4 was necessary, so that there's still a pin. I mean, go back a move. Again, this king h6, what a brilliant resource. So before here, king h6, now if you play rook a7, I have queen b5. Do you see the difference?
And if king g2 again?
I don't know, queen b2 maybe? Do you really want to play queen g1 here?
Or rook a2.
Rook a2. And then queen f3, queen c3, there's some crazy counterattack. I mean, this is just incredible game. In order to sacrifice an exchange like that and play king h6, that easily could have been the move of the year. Now, instead, what Durer Bailey did, he gave this check. Everybody wants to give a check, right? I mean, it's such a juicy check to give on f3. You want to execute it. It stops queen h4. And apparently, he just missed something. I think, can we go to the current position? I think it's
yeah, let's go to the current position. After the check on f3, king goes back, king h6. And now the move played by Pragnanandhaa was not rook a7, but rook c2. What's the idea? To give a check on c6. I think that's pretty it.
Okay, that looks very human. For some reason, the bar again is saying this is not working. Somehow there's a draw. How there's a draw? You know, I have no idea. What I see, the queen on h1 is completely disconnected. I mean, how many times have you seen position like this? The knights on e4 and f3 dominate the white queen on h1. How even can you get to that? The white king is paralyzed. No moves at all.
He played a move. I cannot see which move he played. Strat says the knight c5 just blocks it. Ooh.
Wow. So is there a move?
Yeah, there is a move. It's just going to be updated. Chat, what was the move that was played? You can see maybe from the big board.
I don't see knight c5 on the board, by the way.
Oh, there is no knight c5. Queen e7 has been played. The queen is just moving one step towards the right. And now I think rook c6 has been played. And then knight back on f6. I think this is the current position, but it's soon going to be updated also on our live board. This is the current position.
Wait, and how do you stop queen e4? Queen e4 now is a major threat. That's why Durabali played queen e7 to go after the white king. And suddenly you can't help but feel that white's queen does not matter. It's just impressive on h1.
Look at the time, 30 seconds. Under 30 seconds for Durabali. This is stressy.
Every round we get a drama. This is a huge drama here. This game still can end either way. Critical moment between second team of India against Azerbaijan. Pragg desperately needs to win the match to level the score and still stay within the contention, not only for the medals, but also the gold medals. Can Pragg do it?
That's a good question. Now it's Pragg to turn to find a move. What are the options here? Queen h4 is one. Is there something else? What is Pragnanandhaa thinking?
Queen h4 is hanging the queen.
Oh, yeah.
That is probably not very
Pragg,
good.
don't play queen h4.
It's just difficult to make a move for white. I mean, for black, suddenly the threats are very easy. So what do you do here? I mean, how do you stop queen e4? I mean, what you're supposed to do there next? Some rook e8 craziness? Rook e8, queen e8, rook f6, king g7, h. Oh my goodness, and probably not even working. What are you supposed to do? I don't see a single move.
That's crazy. There is a king on h6. There is an exchange up. The move is rook g8?
Whoa, rook a3. Wait, what?
Whatever.
Rook, no?
Rook a3, the rook goes back is the move played by Pragg.
Rook a3 just hangs the rook. I can just take the rook, right? Am I not completely blind there? I think the queen on e7 is blocking the rook on a3. Then the rook f6 is a possibility. There's also queen e4.
Back the rook.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is drama. Just take everybody popcorn and watch this.
And what is happening after queen takes 3, rook check, rook takes king g7? What is the idea? Taking on b6, I guess.
And
then
you can
h6.
even mock white and play h6. You know, the queen on h1 is doomed.
Oh my god.
Just go back to the maybe final position.
Yes. This is the current position.
What's the clock, by the way?
To make a move.
Clock is ticking. Tick tock, tick tock. Very big moment.
Yeah, if we can zoom on.
Queen a3, play rook
Queen
f6.
a3, rook take f6. The king goes back on g7. This is what is happening.
I think Team India is in trouble. Pragg blew it. I mean, this entire idea of rook c3 was a terrible blunder. Maybe we are going to go back to that a bit later. Rook takes on b6. And I think now, Durabali could make one of the coolest moves of the Olympiad, h6. If he's going to play it, he's going to have my eternal respect. Just play h6. Just play h6. I mean, keep the queen on h1 in prison completely.
We see the big board now on screen. Look, the tension is real. The time is ticking. Both players are having under 1 minute on the clock. If you can see the current situation, there are 35 seconds for black, and he has to make a move. Again, guys, the time control, there is no additional time anymore. Is now having the hands on his forehead, but he has to make a move. 20 seconds remaining. Move your hand for the forehand and make a move.
The stress levels, Alessia, you can see he's so super pumped, so super stressed. The adrenaline is just boiling in his veins. He does play h6. You're amazing, Vasev. But what about rook g6 and rook g4? I didn't calculate that, to be honest.
Yeah, rook g6 and rook g4 is taking a pawn.
Yeah. And also, the knight on f3 is quite vulnerable now. There you go. I mean, you have to do it, Pragg. There's no other choice for you. Just take the pawn and pray. I mean, there's nothing else, really. This is really a bit random. Sometimes this happens. Total crazy game. mutual blunders, but I mean, you have to understand the players. They're incredibly nervous. This is a very high stakes game here.
But also some variation are super hard to calculate. It's very tough to find your accurate move in every position. Oh my God.
What was that?
Yeah, I saw a slow movement of the rook, and then eventually the rook landed on g6.
That's a slow roll. That's what it is. I mean, I think we saw rook d6 somewhere landing, and then it goes to g6.
And maybe also a small lag from the camera. Maybe Pragg made a more direct movement, but it made my heart stop for a second.
Okay, now the bar says what is completely busted. Why is he completely busted? I guess the knight on f3 is still dominating the position.
Guys, we have a very, very important news here. With king on h7, the game is, according to the engine, at 0-0-0. If the king goes to f7 or f8, the game is still going on. The king goes to h7. Attention! This means that now computer says 0-0-0. Arthurs, please tell us something. What is going on?
0-0-0 is completely acceptable for Durabali. That's the thing. I mean, he would just throw both of his hands towards Pragg if draw was offered. This is not only about his game, it's also about the team win. There's still the big result that Durabali is aiming for is a draw. Rook takes on g4 is played. Now the big move, the big moment of truth. What Durabali has prepared against this move.
The knight on f3 is now protected just by the queen. And it starts, there is now light at the end of the tunnel. Queen h3 could finally start to bring the queen out. Rook g6, the queen might get to d7. I see that this is not over, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is an important moment.
They're playing with an increment, and I think I saw d4 being played. That feels a bit too slow for me, but maybe it's also opening the a8 square for the queen. Think about moves like queen a8, so desperately Durabali wants to position the queen on the same diagonal as the white king.
Yeah, look at this. d4 is on the board. And the bar.
The bar is careless. The bar says d4 is a blunder. Apparently there's something wrong. I have no clue what is wrong with this move. Rook g6 is played. Now what happens after queen a8? Did he blunder? Rook c6? Oh my goodness. And queen h3 is jumping out alive.
Yeah, queen h3. And then queen d6. This is huge. This is huge. Of course, guys, the time situation. Yeah, the Kit Kat. The Kit Kat is still there. The Kit Kat was not touched. Maybe this is the problem for Durabali.
The nerves are really playing a huge role here. You can see the nervousness just by watching the game. Queen e7, he starts to adopt himself. He releases the queen. He wants to get queen e4.
Is this a good move or is this another problem?
I mean, queen h3, my gut feeling, get out the queen. You need to get it out, get it out, get it out. I mean, you need to get the queen to play. Obviously, king f3 cannot be played. Queen e4 loses the queen on h1. You cannot do that. This is where your calculation skills, ladies and gentlemen, are shown. This is why you're training. And he does play bishop d3 check. It's not even a check. No, it's just a casual.
Oh my God!
sacrifice.
The queen is hanging! Help! Send help! The queen is hanging on h1. But now there are so many discovery check. Is this the winning move? Or is this some craziness? You see, the queen went back to a3 and now Pragg has so many discovery check. I feel like queen a3 is a mistake.
Definitely Pragg is definitely given a chance to win the game. Rook e6, rook e1 is a move I would like to consider because I get so many extra pawns. The d-pawn is not going anywhere. Huge moment here for the Olympiad 9th round. We are seeing here the battle for the leadership in the overall rankings. Pragg needs to win the game to level the scores with Team Azerbaijan.
And he's touching the rook. And now he moves to e6. This means that he wins a rook and he has already captured it. Wow, look at this. This is brilliant.
Yeah, rook e1 is played.
Yes, rook e6, rook take d3, and rook take e1. I think that's what we are seeing on the board right now.
very dramatic moments here from the 9th round. I mean, again, you can't just make this stuff up, and it happens every round. Every single round, there's drama. There's a lot of excitement. This is why we love chess, and it's completely unpredictable.
Now I think that we can see, you see in how he's standing, how he's sitting at the board, we see that this is not what you wanted to have. You are a rook down now, and you need to take that rook. If not, the situation is not getting better. But now the queen is going out, and at the end of all these exchanges, white is having 3 extra pawns.
And now Pragg is technically winning. I mean, it's 2 extra pawns. Queen e4, just take home the bacon, right? And 2 extra pawns here for Pragg. It's going to be a long run, but this gives hope for second team of India to come back, because, I mean, this game, Alessia, is just nuts. I mean, I cannot even understand what is happening there for most of the part.
There was a check on e4, and now even the pawn on d4 is falling. This is no good news.
He resigns. Wow. What a finish. What a finish. Pragg becomes the hero of the second team of India. This means the match is tied 2-2. Second team of India escapes from a certain loss against Team Azerbaijan, and that means they are still within the contention, not only for the medals, but also the gold medals. Can we, Alessia, now go and see, are there some major developments in Team Uzbekistan? Because I have a feeling this is not the only drama today.
Yeah, let's go immediately back to the last board of Team Armenia versus Uzbekistan. And this is the current situation of the board. Look at the time is also very short here. And at the moment, I see a queen versus a rook. So my opinion is that here, black is completely winning.
And what's the match situation? Do we have an update on that? Because I think
the match situation, I think, is still 1.5 to off point with the victory by Sindarov and the draw in board 2. So still 2 games going on. First board, Abbasov, that is pressing against Kara Sarkisyan. This is the current position at the board.
All right. So here Abbasov is trying his chance. And we saw that his countryman on the 4th board also is pressing for the victory. This means Uzbekistan is going to become a leader of the tournament after round 9. And second team of India has secured a draw against Azerbaijan. I'm not sure if my calculations are correct. I'm pretty sure they are. This means that tomorrow, we are going to talk about a bit later, we are going to see the match everybody was waiting for. Second team of India against Uzbekistan.
I just saw something in the chat that Olivia, apparently from Poland, is pulling out an incredible game and might be about to win another game. And she's about to go with 9 out of 9. Look at this. Oh my God. That's impressive.
This is why you should go to Olympiad, everybody, right? Stuff like this only happens in the Olympiad. That's why it's one of the most exciting events in the chess calendar.
Look at this. I think we're about to see a resignation. The pawn is about to promote. And I would like to say one thing about this. I studied this endgame, and the funny thing is that if you have the pawn on the H or on the G file, this is a draw. But with the pawn on the F file, this is winning. And the reason is that after round of moves, white is able to give an important check on F6. And now, if King F7, there is the typical move, Rook H7, the pawn is about to promote, black has to take, and you can give a check and win the rook. And that's why this is winning. Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that is indeed beautiful. F5, F6, study like endgame for Olivia. Now, what does that match mean? There's the 4th final game being played right now.
Sorry?
Oh, wait, this is the final round. This is the final game. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I completely missed the narrative. That means that India is going down.
Yes, and Poland, guided by Olivia, the hero, the whole nation is now celebrating her incredible performance. That's really incredible.
So that means the leader of the women's tournament is losing. And that means it's wide open. Everybody can still win it.
I mean, if f3 is happening, now white could just take with the rook.
Yeah. Just f6. This is going to be the biggest result for Team Poland so far. Amazing run. Beating the top seed in one of the most important matches of the year. And it's Olivia Kalbasa who does it. I mean, the hero of Team Poland, the hero of Women's Olympiad. 8 out of 8. Do you think it's enough? No, sure. Let's make it 9 out of 9 and secure Team Poland the victory.
That's really incredible. And f6 is on the board. We can see from the live camera. And I think, yes, the resignation is also there. Wow, that's impressive. I see a smile from Olivia. I see it as very little smile for sure. She is super happy
She's like,
about
yay! We did it, and everybody jumps towards her. You know, I've seen this happen before. Everybody's sitting silently, politely, right? Wait for the player to come away from the tables, and then everybody just jumps to the player, like congratulating, hugging, and kissing, and whatever, right? So a lot of emotions are happening in the team wins. Congratulations, Team Poland. You are fantastic.
As I've learned on Twitch, Polska Gurum. And this is exactly what you can say right now. Congratulations one more time to Olivia. Let's have a look at the results of the open section and which games are still going on.
I imagine quite a few.
So India too ended up in a draw versus Azerbaijan. We saw the Pragnanandhaa last game. There is still one game going on in the match, Uzbekistan versus Armenia, and we will get there. The Netherlands versus Iran is still a game going on, and this is the one of Giri, I think. USA won against Greece, India won against Brazil. Other results we have from board 7 to 10.
Right, and there we have Lithuania leading against Germany. I mean, look at that. I mean, Lithuania is about to get the better of Germany. I don't know what is happening on the final board. Maybe if you'll have a chance, we'll have a look at it. Either way, great result for the young and prospective Lithuanians. I'm happy for you.
A very interesting matchup. Also, we have here Norway winning finally against Indonesia 3-1. We saw the world champion winning. Also, Canada, what an impressive. I'm sorry for Latvia. I'm sorry, Arthur, it's your country.
No.
Didn't win any game against Canada. No chance there. France also, without the super strong players like Vashila Graf, help me.
Well, I don't know. I mean, a lot of action. If you have a chance, can we have a glimpse on this Netherlands sole remaining game? Is it Giri or is it Jordan who is still playing? I'm curious because the match side, it's of high importance.
No, it's Van Forest, I think. Giri games ended up in a draw. So yeah, it's not really much to discuss. Either Iran is winning or Iran, Luriza is the name that I was missing. I'm so sorry. You know, when the name is just not arriving there, of course we all know Luriza.
That's going to be a draw, I think. So by now, they already should have made something like 14 moves or so. So the rule is that you can play this position legally here and there for 50 moves. But since there's no pieces, there's no captures, this means that after 50 moves, you call the arbiter and it's going to fix a draw. I don't know the notation, how many moves have been played here so far. So of course, Tabatabaei has to try. He has to try. He's going to shuffle pieces and try to outsmart his opponent, but normally should be draw.
The rule says that the last capture is the move where you need to start count. Last capture happened at move 59. And, you know, we are at move 95. So if we can have some quick calculator, I think that we have 35 moves to go. 35 moves have been played. So about 15 moves to go.
This actually reminds me of this one story. I think it was in a women's tournament, Alessia, where was a 50-move rule enforced, and the stronger side was about checkmating. So there was like going for a long grind. Black in the end is collapsing, gives away the rook, but fixes a draw because it's 50 move rule. You can just take the rook and give the checkmate because that's the 51st move. I mean, I don't remember where this happened. It was some women's tournament. Maybe it was Olympiad, but I mean, it's just incredible. I mean, these stories, I mean, they happen from time to time.
Yeah, that's incredible. And we'll see if this will happen here. And we are just 14 moves. Chat says 14 moves left. And yeah, it's close to be a draw.
Unless Jordan is gonna blunder the rook in the next 10 moves or so, or miss a mate, I'm pretty sure he's gonna easily make a draw.
Yeah, in the meantime, we have results. I think that it's official that board 4 of Armenia ended up in a victory, and also the first board ended up in a draw. So this means that the match is won 3-1 for Uzbekistan, and Armenia is going down. Uzbekistan is taking the lead. Look at this impressive performance. And also, we noticed yesterday they have the best tie break. What does it mean?
Yeah, this is what I just wanted to mention, Alessia. They not only are leading the tournament, they are having the best tiebreak. So in case there's going to be a tie, most likely Team Uzbekistan is going to make into medals. But of course, so far, they have made a very loud claim. We are here to go for the gold medal. I mean, before we go on maybe to the women's tournament, can we have a glimpse on this remaining game of Team Lithuania against Germany? Because I have a feeling that's a major upset in the making because Lithuania is leading 2-1. I'm curious what is happening on the final game.
I have already a game here going on. So let's have a look first at this end game. And I will take the game from between Germany soon.
It's already draw, by the way. Yeah, 2-2. Yeah, sorry, my mistake. So Lithuania lost the final match. This means Germany escapes.
So this is a game, one of the few games remaining. And of course, we will come back to the Netherlands. Is the match Israeli versus Spain. How is this pawn endgame? Is it just a draw?
I don't know. The knight on h5 is not very well positioned. If it was on f5, I would say, yeah, sure, it's a draw. But the knight on h5 is a bit unpleasantly positioned. It's not open for a lot of maneuvers. King g5, if I get the knight somewhere on... Where do I have to position the knight to deliver some kind of a zugzwang? Maybe, let's try to picture this square. Maybe there's none. So if I give a check on e6, maybe this is the idea. I give a check on e6, king h6, and then I stamp on the board and say, it's your move. Can I do that?
Oh, you can't do that.
No, I can't do that. That's why I guess it's sort of drawish, but I mean, let's just say that there's a room to make mistake here for black.
Let's imagine the situation right now in the playing goal. All the boards, nearly all the boards finished, and there are a few boards left. And I see another boards that where there is this endgame is a rook and a knight. So we have an endgame with a rook, two rooks plus a bishop, and now two rooks plus a knight.
But let's go back to Jordan's game. I think he's just trolling his opponent. I mean, look at that. Because I'm seeing on the camera, Jordan has 18 minutes on the clock. And it's like sending a message. I mean, why are we playing this? I know this. This is an obvious draw. Let's go home, right? So he has accumulated so much time on the clock. I mean, every single move, obviously, is half a minute, 30 seconds on the clock. And Jordan does... I mean, totally in the chill mode here. 18 minutes, no stress. Maybe he's going to make it to 20 and they're going to agree to draw.
Yeah, look at this. Yard moves 96. 13 moves to go. And Jordan is moving very fast. I think when you're moving so quickly, you show that you know how to do it. And he's confident.
King f6, rook g6. I know this. I know this stuff.
Will we see king g6 and the stalemate?
Yeah. Maybe this is how the game is going to finish. Would be suitable because the 50 move rule is already approaching.
So you have to buy.
Yeah. So of course Tabatabai has to try it out. And no, bishop f5. Any move for the rook on the g file is drawing. Maybe rook g2, rook g3, whatever. So no progress for white.
And Jordan
I like
is
the
going
pace.
very
Jordan is
fast.
checking. Yeah.
Touching
Rook
the rook.
g3 just in case not to blunder the rook. I like that on the dark square. And now, of course, Tabatabai is going to check it. Do you know it's stalemate? And Jordan says, I do. Then he takes it and they agree to draw. No? No.
No, he goes back. He goes back. Not yet, Arthurs. Don't forget, this is a team event. You need to fight, not just for yourself, but for a whole team.
Yeah, but by now they're already approaching the 50 move rule, right? You said 50.
We're at move 98, 100 right now. So there are, about 10 moves left. 9 moves left.
Do we move on to the women tournament? Because I think this was the original plan, but we sort of checked it out. Or maybe, yeah. All right. Maybe
on this, there are not many games going on, so this is exciting. It's important for the Netherlands versus Iran, and I think it's about to finish.
Right. Dear viewers, how do you like this round? Your opinion. How are you feeling? How are you feeling watching so much dramatic moments every single round? Sam Shankland's blunder. Yesterday, Team USA losing to India too. Today, Pragg in a crazy game escaping in the Team India 2 against Azerbaijan. What do you think about that? Post your opinion.
I want to ask chat what is the favorite moment of today. For sure there is a crazy one, but they will remember. If there is one moment that you will remember of today, which one is this? The rook was moved on a white square, actually.
Watch out.
Now the bishop attacks it.
One more move closer to the finish line. Rook g3 looks good to me. Or maybe just give a check on f4. Also good. The stalemate trick is still there.
Move 109 is a draw, and we are like this is not yet updated fully, so we should be at move 102 already. So 7 more moves. Maybe we could put the chessboard very big on the screen.
Right.
Yes, here we have it. So we see the moves. Now Jordan has alphabet elbow up, you see, and boom, is going towards the rook. And he's thinking again. And now maybe back. And he's taking the rook and go back towards g7. Look at this time. He has enough time. 4 minutes. And now the pressure is on white. We are at move 103.
Jordan is cool. He keeps things under control.
Nearly 2 score sheets were needed for this game. Every score sheet has 60 moves. 60 moves.
Hopefully not the third one, because I think every single score sheet has 60 moves, 120, and then you have to take the next one, 121. I think I've had it in my career several times, 3 score sheets.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a lot of paper, Alessia. A lot of paper.
Oh yeah, a lot of paperwork. But I think we will not get it here because we are at move 109. It should be draw. Last exchange was at move 59. Okay, the bishop, the king moved.
And learn from Tabatabai, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it's a draw, but how can you win if you're not trying? And this is what Tabatabai is doing. Of course, he knows perfectly the game is draw, but you have to try to set some problems. You can legally do it. Your opponent might not like it, whatever.
Now, if the rook goes to g7, the king needs to go out, and now it's a problem. If the king goes if the rook goes back, it's mate in 1. So is it mate in 1? Yeah, it's mate in 1. So never lose hope.
You found a way to lose this, Alessia.
Yeah, of course. So bishop f5, king g7. Now,
I think it's going to be poetic. Like on the 50th move, Tabatabai is going to take the rook and deliver a stalemate.
yeah, let's see. I mean, we are at move 1-5, 1-4, so there are not many more moves remaining. You have to take a decision here.
Yeah.
3 minutes remaining. Is going with the bishop, attacking the rook. Now, I think it's the moment. Either you go now with the king in opposition or never.
No, again, it's king. Yeah, now it's the moment. King f6, rook f7, bishop f7. Do it. Do it already.
I think Jordan already showed that he knew of the stalemate trick because he already did it once. But okay, at one point, you need to accept the destiny. Maybe he'll still move the rook away.
I think he's just running out of moves. And even if he's managed to build up the right idea and Jordan's going to blunder, he's simply running out of moves to deliver the checkmate because the actual technique is pretty long, Alessia. I mean, I know it. If the stronger side managed to reach this ideal setup with the king in front, the bishop behind, he simply needs a lot of moves. He doesn't have them.
Yeah. Thank you for the arbiter.
Thank you, kind arbiter, for blocking us the view. He's gone.
And the rook moves one more time, threatening mate. Well, not even a mate.
Yeah, king e7, easy move. So Jordan is going to spend exactly 6 seconds on that.
And now the rook is moved one more time, avoiding the check that would win a bishop.
King
and now it's just too few moves remaining. I think there are 2 or 1 move remaining, you know? One or two move.
Oh, king f8 is cool. I mean, just in case Jordan could sit here extra 20 seconds, he's going to take a power sip from the tea or something he has there.
Yeah, this is a very long game. And you see, it's going. And the king goes back, homie.
Mm-hmm.
Now
There
the king
you
goes. And now is
go.
the moment, guys. At the
Now it
last
is the
move
moment.
possible, the check. And we think that now it's the moment to capture that rook and to end this game with a stalemate. And he's going to capture the rook. And this is stalemate, baby.
Tabatabai blunders a stalemate. No, of course, he did not blunder a thing because that is a typical trick how the game finished in a draw.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's a really beautiful end. And I think it's really time to see at all the scores. We have them updated. We see that India managed at the last moment possible to make a draw against Azerbaijan. Uzbekistan won impressively against Armenia, taking the lead. Netherlands, Iran, we just saw the last draw, so ended up in a 2-2. USA won today, comeback, and India won 3-1 against Brazil.
Well done, India. Oh, good day for the Indians, I guess. And if we check now the women's tournament top 5 boards, there you see that Team Poland turns the tables completely, and this means a total mess in the overall rankings because Team India probably still leading, but now not so clear anymore. Major result for Olivia Kalbasa, 9 out of 9. Just incredible score.
Absolutely. Let's remind everyone of the remaining schedule of this Olympiad, 44 Chess Olympiad in Chennai. There is still round 10 tomorrow at 11:30 Central European Summer Time and 2:30 AM Pacific. And then the last round of on August 9th.
Right. So we are going to be back tomorrow at usual time, 11:30 Central European Summer Time, 2:30 AM Pacific Time. For the round time, I think it's going to be Team Uzbekistan against India too. It's still not official, but I think this is it. But before we part our ways, I would like again to remind you that Chess.com's Rapid Chess Championship continues the knockout phase, featuring such amazing players like Hikaru Nakamura, Hans Niemann, Jeffrey Zhang, Vladimir Farasev, and more fantastic players. Catch the 8-player knockout action today, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific, right here on chess.com.
Wow, there will be still lots of action going on. And so, as you announced before, we are expecting something great going on tomorrow, the big match between India 2 and Uzbekistan. And what is your prediction on the victory?
I think it's going to be a very huge rematch by Gukesh against Abbasov. They are the future of the chess, and both Abbasov and Gukesh. They met a couple of weeks ago in Biel. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. It's going to be a huge day.
And now we want to leave you with a final video. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for watching.
Namaste, Rostov. Goodbye. Opportunity to show he's a world-class player. He needs to deliver the message. The old guard can still do it, so this is not going to be a boring game. I promise you that. The thing about streaks, they end. I'm not saying it's going to be today, but Shakhriyar is doing really good.
Oh my god! Queen take d3?
Wow. G takes on f3, and now play something like queen f6, bring the queen again, attack the rook, bishop h3, queen f3. This looks incredibly strong.
Magnus Carlsen won. Finally, Magnus Carlsen will be winning rating in this Olympiad. Maybe 1+1?
Maybe 0.2 plus. So well done. I mean, well fought. Okay, congratulations. Levon Ronin, there's a lot of trouble. We have to see that. What's going on there? Is it going down?
Oh my god, I see the threat of queen e2, queen c2, and thus actually we have announcement of the resignation. This is the camera of Team USA already. Aronian left the board.
It's already a draw. I think we are seeing it on the screen. This means that the amazing run of Damraja Gukesh is stopped. I think Team India is in trouble. Pragg blew it.
The tension is real, the time is ticking.
The stress levels, Alessia, you can see he's so super pumped, so super stressed. The adrenaline is just boiling in his veins. He does play h6.
With king on h7, the game is, according to the engine, at 0-0-0. The king goes to h7, attention. Yeah, look at this, d4 is on the board. And the bar, brrr.
This game, Alessia, is just nuts. I mean, I cannot even understand what is happening there for most of the part.
This is
He resigns.
News.
He resigns. Wow. What a finish. So again, another crucial round. Every single day, more action is coming up here